Chapter 448. The elder of the royal family was shocked, but when he sensed that Zhao Kuang was only injured, he let out a sigh of relief. Do you still think the disciples of the Deity sect are bad? Iron Hand mocked. You. The elder of the royal family looked at Iron Hand coldly and snorted. Iron Hand didn't care and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. With the strength that Lin Xian had displayed, he could enter the top 100 of the Azure Dragon Society. Moreover, he believed that Lin Xian must have a trump card. When the time came, it was very likely that he would enter the top 70 too. Below, the crowd was stunned. It took a long time for them to exclaim, "I'm not dreaming, right? Zhao Kuang was injured. Oh my God, who is this kid? His sword chi is so terrifying. When did the Deity sect have such a heaven-defying genius?" The monsters of the Star Ocean sect looked at Lin Xian with fighting spirit in their eyes. The people of the Dragon Elephant sect had strange expressions. Anyone who was with Dongfang Xiong must be a monster. Lin Xian returned to the Deity sect with a smile. He looked at Ouyang Kuan with a sharp gaze. Ouyang Kuan's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat flowed down his back. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's strength made his heart tremble. He could actually injure Zhao Kuang. This kind of strength was enough to kill him. From now on, he didn't dare to provoke Lin Xian anymore. "Brother Lin, good job!" Dongfang Xiong shouted. Hua Fei and the other disciples also cheered. Zhao Kuang's face darkened and his body trembled. His aura quickly surged, and a green lotus appeared behind him. "Kid, how dare you injure me?" As the first person to break through to the spirit transformation realm in the Dragon Star country, he thought that he was a peerless genius and wanted to lead the young martial artists of the Dragon Star country. However, he didn't expect to be injured by Lin Xian. He couldn't bear it. He had to kill Lin Xian to calm the anger in his heart. "Are you sure you want to fight?" Lin Xian was fearless. He slid his fingers and grabbed the black scabbard. A wave of sword chi rushed into the sky. Terrifying sword intent surged, as if countless sword lights had passed through everyone's hearts. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It was as if there was a divine sword hanging above their heads that could fall at any time. This is sword intent. Everyone's hearts beat wildly. A swordsman who had comprehended sword essence was definitely a terrifying existence. Zhao Kuang was also shocked. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Lin Xian, who had comprehended sword intent. However, the current situation made it difficult for him to back down. Just as the battle was about to break out, a resounding voice sounded from the sky. "All right, everyone stop. Whatever grudges you have, wait until the Azure Dragon Assembly," the royal elder said in a low voice. To be honest, Lin Xian's performance made him feel uncertain. He didn't want Zhao Kuang to get injured at this time. Hearing this, Zhao Kuang heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, his heart was in his mouth again. "Lin Xian, are you willing to be the leader of the Dragon Star Kingdom?" Iron Arms asked. "Not interested." Lin Xian shook his head decisively. He was indeed not interested. Being the leader would definitely be very troublesome. Moreover, he had to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram and absorb the energy of the black dragon flames. There was no extra time at all. Hearing Lin Xian's answer, everyone's expression was strange. This guy really didn't care at all? However, the royal elder heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, let Zhao Kuang be the leader. No one objected. Lin Xian didn't object, so the others naturally couldn't say anything. However, after this battle, everyone's opinion of Lin Xian and Dakemen had completely changed. Even the royal family didn't dare to easily cause trouble for Dakemen. Hua Fei and the others felt very happy when they felt the respectful gazes around them. They looked at Lin Xian gratefully. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, they wouldn't have such a status. Zhao Kuang was going crazy. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Xian apart. He was now the leader of Longxing Kingdom, but he couldn't feel happy. This feeling was like he was picking up trash that Lin Xian didn't want. Arrogant brat. Wait until the Azure Dragon meeting. I'll let you know my true strength. This storm passed quickly. Not long after, many participants stood on the teleportation platform. With a flash of white light, these people disappeared. Heavenly Fire Sect, a 5-star sect, the true overlord of the Tianan region. There were not only experts in the sect, but there were also terrifying existences like supremacies. Moreover, their younger generation was very powerful. Among them, the most dazzling genius was Heavenly Fire Crown Prince, Jin Wudao. He was one of the 4 peerless prodigies and ranked 3rd in the previous Azure Dragon meeting. Every title was so dazzling that people of the same generation couldn't raise their heads. At this moment, there was a huge teleportation array near Heavenly Fire Sect. With a flash of white light, a group of figures appeared. Lin Xian's spiritual power vibrated and he quickly woke up. Immediately after, he felt a scorching aura rushing towards him. This heat wave was very shocking, making him wonder if he was teleported wrongly. He looked up in surprise and saw that the surroundings were fiery red. In the distance, there was a towering volcano that pierced into the clouds. Flames rose from it, creating a terrifying scene. Flaming Mountain, where Heavenly Fire Sect was located. The disciples of Heavenly Fire Sect all cultivated fire elemental cultivation techniques. On Flaming Mountain, it could speed up their cultivation. At this moment, disciples from many countries had arrived near Flaming Mountain. Near Heavenly Fire Sect, there were 4 strong countries and dozens of large countries. In addition, there were also some powerful families and sections. Dragonstar Country was one of the 4 strong countries, so their arrival attracted the attention of many people, especially Heavenly Wind Country, which didn't have a good relationship with Dragonstar Country. At this moment, they were looking coldly at Lin Xian and the others. Zhao Kuang, this time I'll beat you until you can't get up. The leader of Heavenly Wind Country was a purple-haired youth. At this moment, he was staring coldly at Zhao Kuang. Lin Xian looked over and found that the purple-haired youth's cultivation was also at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Other than the purple-haired youth, the other cultivators of Heavenly Wind Country were about the same strength as Dragonstar Country and didn't have much of an advantage. Xiling, this time I'll let you know how powerful I am. Zhao Kuang coldly snorted. Verbal battles like this happened everywhere in the vicinity. Lin Xian helplessly shook his head and closed his eyes to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram. At this moment, the teleportation array lit up again. Another group of cultivators walked out. Everyone looked over, and soon Dragonstar Country and the other strong countries lost interest. The Sky Mountain Empire's martialists who walked out of the teleportation array were not weak, but they were still lacking compared to the Dragonstar Empire. At this moment, the cultivators of Heavenly Mountain Country felt the powerful aura around them and their expressions became unnatural. Feng, or you're still young. You'll definitely be able to achieve good results next time. Ling Fingzi nodded. As a genius of Black Wind Sect, he had high hopes. However, when he came here, he realized how weak he was. He even saw several young cultivators of the spirit transformation realm. This kind of cultivation was an overlord in Heavenly Mountain Country. Oh, it's him. Ling Fingzi's body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 449. Ling Fingzi's body froze because he saw Lin Xian. For a moment, he had the urge to rush over. However, when he realized that Lin Xian was in Longxing Nation, he broke out in cold sweat. Impossible! How did he get a spot in Longxing Nation? Ling Fingzi refused to believe it, but the truth was right in front of his eyes. The Black Wind Sect elder beside him was also stunned. Although he had never seen Lin Xian before, Lin Xian's portrait and deeds were widely known in Tianshan Nation. Back then, their Black Wind sect had tried their best to kill Lin Xian. Who would have thought that in less than a year, Lin Xian would actually attend the Azure Dragon Genius Assembly? Furthermore, he was a genius from Longxing Nation. For a moment, he even had the urge to run. If Lin Xian discovered them, their Black Wind sect might be annihilated. One had to know that Black Wind sect was only a 3-star sect and was considered an overlord in Tian Shan Nation. However, such a force was nothing compared to the Longxing Nation. The 6 major powers in Longxing Nation all had the strength of 4-star sections. They were far from what they could compare to. The only fortunate thing was that Lin Xian was resting with his eyes closed and did not see them. Ling Fengzi and the rest secretly came to the crowd with a flustered mentality. Lin Xian closed his eyes and split a trace of his soul spirit to observe the surroundings. He also summoned the snow-white monkey to watch over him. Most of his energy was placed on comprehending the divine sword visualization diagram. The more he comprehended the diagram, the more profound he felt it was. With Lord Alcohol's guidance, Lin Xian's attainments in the sword Tao became more and more powerful. The Tao of the sword was ever-changing, and there were countless branches within it. For example, some pursued strength, some pursued speed, and some pursued unpredictability. These were all sword Taos, but the forms they displayed were very different. Lin Xian had the strength type Thunderclap 3000 and the speed type Wind Emperor's 1 sword. His great dragon sword intent was an attack type sword intent. Once the sword intent was unleashed, it was invincible and could destroy everything. The sword of Devourer, on the other hand, was a little strange. Although its attack power was inferior to the great dragon sword, it had reached the pinnacle in other aspects. Lin Xian was in the middle of comprehending when he suddenly frowned and opened his eyes. This was because he could feel a powerful intent coming from the teleportation array. What a sharp concept! This was saber intent. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the teleportation array. After a short while, the teleportation array flashed with white light, and one figure after another appeared. Terrifying and violent saber intent spread out in all directions, like a sharp saber radiance cutting through the void. Everyone looked at the teleportation platform in shock. 2 old men walked out of the teleportation platform first. The 2 of them had ordinary looks and stooped figures, like old men in their twilight years. However, there was a sharp glint in his eyes that made one's heart palpitate. Twin blades heaven and earth. These 2 old men have also come out. Iron Arms was shocked. Lin Xian was surprised. The 2 of them were not weaker than Iron Arms. If they joined forces, there was a high chance that they could defeat Iron Arms. This is the Godly Knife Sect, the top existence among the 4-star sections. All their disciples are saber cultivators, and their attack power is terrifying. Hua Fei explained from the side. Godly Knife Sect. Lin Xian looked up. On the teleportation platform, 2 of the younger generation stood in front. The person on the left had a wicked smile on his face and a long blue saber hanging from his waist. This young man looked gentle, but the aura he exuded was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Next to him was a young man with a cold expression. He carried a long blood-red saber on his back, and his saber intent was shocking. Lung Yidao. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect to meet an old friend here. Lung Yidao was from the snow-seeking sect in the state of Great Xia. He had comprehended saber intent a long time ago. After the state of Great Xia changed, he fled the state of Great Xia. He did not expect to become a disciple of the Godly Knife Sect. Let's go, junior brother. These people are too weak, the young man with a wicked smile said. Everyone was angry, but no one dared to refute him. The Godly Knife Sect was a top 4-star sect, and its foundation was far beyond that of other sections. Moreover, this martial artist named Han Fei was one of the 5 great talents. His strength was beyond imagination. In the last Green Dragon Society, there were 4 peerless geniuses who dominated the crowd. After them, there were 5 great talents. They were slightly weaker than the 4 peerless geniuses, but each of them was a legendary existence. They were far from being comparable to the others. Lung Yidao nodded. He knew the strength of this senior brother. He was afraid that no one present could take a blow from him. He took a step forward and was about to leave. However, when he looked at the crowd and saw a person, he stopped. "Hey, junior brother, why did you stop?" Han Fei turned around. Lung Yidao looked at the crowd with a trace of excitement on his face. The surrounding crowd was stunned, not knowing what had happened. However, the young martial artists of the Dragon Star Kingdom were shocked. Lung Yidao's gaze was so sharp that they could not bear it. "Brother Lung, long time no see." Lin Xian greeted him with a smile. "I knew that a genius like you wouldn't be absent from the Green Dragon Society." Lung Yidao's voice was cold even when he saw an acquaintance. "Genius?" The disciples of the Godly Knife sect exclaimed. They knew that Lung Yidao's talent was second only to Han Fei. Now he called another person a genius. How could they not be shocked? Han Fei smiled and looked at Lin Xian with great interest. His eyes were as bright as divine light. Not bad. He was not affected. Han Fei was stunned. His knife intent was very powerful. Ordinary people could not resist his gaze. But Lin Xian was not affected at all. This was enough to show that he was extraordinary. "Junior brother, your old friend is very good. I like him." Han Fei smiled like a child. "Brother Lin, can we have a fight?" Lung Yidao said in a deep voice, "Of course." Lin Xian took a deep breath, and his eyes emitted a shocking light. Boom! 2 auras erupted quickly and collided in the sky. Sword intent and saber intent were both concepts with extremely sharp offensive power. Once these 2 concepts appeared, it immediately caused the surroundings to fall silent. The surrounding martial artists turned pale and trembled. The aura was very fierce, as if it could destroy them with just a trace. What a terrifying knife intent! I'm afraid it's almost on par with Han Fei. The Godly Knife sect is amazing. They have 2 peerless swordsmen. Who is that kid? His sword intent is so terrifying. It's not weak at all. Everyone was frightened and kept retreating. In the crowd, the people of the Black Wind sect were frightened. Lin Xian's aura was too strong. They could not resist at all. Ling Fengzi was trembling. A year ago, Lin Xian could not defeat him, but now he was afraid that he could kill him with a single sword chi. In the field, the 2 did not continue to fight. Instead, they quickly withdrew their auras. "Brother Lin, I hope I can fight with you in the Green Dragon Society," Lung Yidao said in a deep voice. He had wanted to fight with Lin Xian for a long time, but he never had the chance. Now at the Green Dragon Society, he did not want to miss it again. Chapter 450. Lung Yidao's strength was shocking, but Lin Xian's ability to contend with him was even more shocking. One had to know that even Zhao Kuang couldn't block Lung Yidao's blade intent. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had blocked the attack effortlessly. When did Dragon Star Nation have such a genius? The people from Windy Nation were shocked. Lin Xian's strength had already surpassed Zhao Kuang's, but he wasn't the leader. This was too strange. "Song Yu, go test his strength," Fan Chao, the leader of Xuanwu Nation, said. Xuanwu Nation was ranked first among the 4 nations, and their strength was above Dragon Star Nation. However, Lin Xian's strength worried them, which was why Fan Chao wanted to test him. Song Yu was ranked 3rd in Xuanwu Nation, and his strength was stronger than Zhao Kuang's. With him, they should be able to test Lin Xian's strength. Song Yu sneered. Although Lin Xian's sword intent was terrifying, his strength wasn't to be underestimated. Moreover, Lin Xian's cultivation was clearly not in the spirit transformation realm, so his true combat strength shouldn't be that strong. Song Yu arrived at Dragon Star Nation and sneered, "Since we have nothing to do now, why don't we spar?" He ignored Zhao Kuang and the others and stared at Lin Xian. Zhao Kuang's face was gloomy. Song Yu obviously didn't take him seriously. Although Dragon Star Nation was weaker than Xuanwu Nation, he couldn't sit back and do nothing in front of so many martial artists as the leader of Dragon Star Nation. "Song Yu, don't go too far." "Why don't you play with me?" Song Yu turned his head and said ferociously. Zhao Kuang's heart sank. As the leader of Dragon Star Nation, he didn't dare to fight. If he lost, it would be a huge blow to Dragon Star Nation's reputation. Thinking of this, he could only grit his teeth and whisper, "Lin Xian, why don't you spar with him and let him know how powerful Dragon Star Nation is?" Everyone was stunned. They all knew Zhao Kuang's character. He was boundlessly arrogant. In Dragon Star Nation, no one dared to offend him. And now, he was speaking so softly to a young man. This made everyone feel like they were dreaming. Not interested. Lin Xian shook his head. If it had been Lung Yidao or his senior brother, Lin Xian would have made a move. However, the Song Yu in front of him was clearly someone like Zhao Kuang, so he wasn't interested at all. "Brat, you're courting death." Song Yu furiously attacked. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was the third genius of Xianwu country, but he was looked down upon by a harmonious spirit brat from Dragon Star country. He couldn't bear it. As he punched out, ripples appeared on his fist, releasing a terrifying power that blasted towards Lin Xian. Sensing this power, Hua Fei and the others quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected. This was the power of the spirit transformation realm. They couldn't resist it. Even Zhao Kuang's expression changed. It seemed that Song Yu's strength had improved. However, Lin Xian merely flicked out a sword ripple and broke this terrifying punch. Song Yu let out a muffled groan and took 3 steps back. He looked at Lin Xian in horror. The people from Black Tortoise Country were even more shocked. Song Yu was ranked 3rd among them. In the past, he alone was enough to crush the entire Dragon Star Country. But now, Song Yu was forced back by a single sword chi. "I want you dead." Song Yu was furious. He was going to fight with his life. The spiritual energy on his body fluctuated, forming layers of rock-like armor. His arms were completely petrified, and his body was filled with a shocking amount of energy. "I'll take you on." Beside Lin Xian, Dongfang Xiong rubbed his palms together. His body was hazy and covered with a layer of golden light. Dragon Elephant Fist. A terrifying fist swung out, draining the spiritual energy in an area. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Song Yu was forced back again. This time, the rock-like armor on his arms cracked. What? He was forced back again. Everyone was stunned. The people from Black Tortoise Country were dead silent. This time, the one who forced Song Yu back wasn't Lin Xian, but a tall and honest young man. Who is this person? How could he force Song Yu back? After all, Song Yu was a spirit transformation realm martial artist. His cultivation was strong, far surpassing his peers. However, both of his attacks were repelled, and both of his opponents were harmonious spirit realm martial artists. This was like a dream. Impossible. Fan Chao of Xianwu country couldn't believe it. He licked his dry lips and looked towards Dragon Star country. The senior elders of Xianwu country harumphed coldly with a gloomy expression. "Awesome, I want more." Dongfang Xiong was excited. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. This guy really liked to fight. Song Yu's face was dark. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He originally wanted to teach the other party a lesson and embarrass Dragon Star country. But now, it seemed like he was the one who made a fool of himself. When did Dragon Star country have so many monsters? I don't know, but it seems like Dragon Star country is going to rise. Everyone was discussing. At this time, the teleportation formation reacted again. another overwhelming aura appeared, and it was getting stronger. Many people were shocked. They stopped paying attention to Dragonstar Country and stared at the teleportation formation. Lin Xian also looked over with a frown. Song Yu took advantage of this gap and ran back to Xianwu Country. Light flickered, and a huge pressure enveloped the surroundings. Dozens of figures appeared. The person in the lead had an outstanding temperament and was extraordinary. His silver robe was embroidered with a crescent moon. The powerful aura he exuded was even stronger than Han Fei's. "Yu Yen!" someone exclaimed. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a strong pressure. Yu Yen, a genius of the Fantasy Moon sect. He's also one of the 5 heroes, and his ranking is higher than Han Fei's, Hua Fei said. No wonder he was so strong. Lin Xian was shocked. With his current strength, he probably couldn't compete with the 5 heroes. In the crowd, Han Lu stopped smiling, and her eyes flickered with blade light. On the side, Leng Yidao burst out with a shocking blade intent, as if he was going to split the void. However, the disciples behind him showed an infatuated expression. So beautiful! Not only them, but most of the male martial artists around were also infatuated, looking at the beautiful woman in front of the teleportation formation. Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Beside Yu Yen, there was a woman in white. She had a beautiful face and an exquisite figure, as if she had walked out of a painting. In particular, there was an inexplicable aura on her, as if she could steal people's hearts and souls with a single glance. What a powerful woman! When did such a genius appear in the Fantasy Moon sect? Han Fei's voice was a little solemn. Humph! Leng Yidao snorted coldly. His voice was like a blade light, cutting through everyone's heart and immediately waking them up. What's going on? Everyone woke up and felt a lingering fear. At that moment, they seemed to be in an illusion. If it weren't for that blade intent, they probably wouldn't have been able to come out for the rest of their lives. It seems that her illusions have become stronger again. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. That stone bead was really magical. Yu Yen walked out and looked at Han Fei as a greeting. He completely ignored the others. The peerless beauty's beautiful eyes turned as if she was looking for someone. Chapter 451. Soon, a smile appeared on her face. This smile seemed to be able to melt even ice. Everyone was once again mesmerized. At this moment, the beauty in white winked at Lin Xian, revealing a playful expression. Lin Xian touched his nose and laughed bitterly. This girl was clearly trying to trick him. Sure enough, in the next moment, countless pairs of eyes looked at Lin Xian with a hint of jealousy in their eyes. Why do I feel like you guys know each other? Hua Fei asked, puzzled. A friend of mine. Lin Xian smiled faintly. The Daki sect disciples were stunned, the corners of their mouths twitching. In the beginning, they thought that Lin Xian was a country bumpkin. However, as they spent more time together, they realized that Lin Xian was more terrifying. Not only was he powerful, but his friends were also more perverted than the other. Dongfang Xiong, Leng Yidao, and the absolute beauty Zhao Shui, they were all top geniuses. Yu Yen frowned slightly. Although he did not turn around, he could clearly sense everything. He knew his junior sister's personality. She looked charming, but if one really interacted with her, one would know that under that warm appearance, there was a heart that rejected people 1,000 miles away. However, he did not expect Zhao Shui to make such an expression towards others. He had never seen such an adorable expression before. He circulated his soul power and sensed Lin Xian's cultivation. Then the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Trash! With this bit of strength, he was not worthy of fighting with him for a woman. Next, a few youths who thought that their strength was not bad tried to get close to Zhao Shui in the name of challenging her. However, these people were all defeated by a single look. At this point, Zhao Shui was not only beautiful in everyone's eyes, but there was also an additional layer of mystery. During this period, Zhao Shui still used her gaze to tease Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian was really scared and could only close his eyes to comprehend martial arts. Humph. Yan Qi, go and teach that kid a lesson for me. Yu Yan transmitted. Understood. A cold-looking youth walked out. He had a crescent moon painted on his face, looking very demonic. You, come out and compete. Yan Qi was very arrogant and overbearing. He pointed the spear in his hand at Lin Xian. Hee, someone is challenging you. Zhao Shui's voice rang in Lin Xian's mind. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. He knew that this was because of Zhao Shui. He quickly stood up and unsheathed the absolute star sword. Sword chi like silk. These days he had been studying the divine sword visualization picture and had a new understanding of swordsmanship. This sword move was his new use of sword chi. Originally, his sword chi was abnormally violent or as fast as lightning. However, this sword chi was as soft as silk. Strands of green sword chi flew out and intertwined in the air, quickly entangling Yan Qi. Break! Yan Qi was enraged. The long spear in his hand danced, forming a crescent spear light. Even though his strength was above Song Yan's, there was nothing he could do against this soft sword chi. He could only watch helplessly as the sword chi entangled him. This scene shocked the disciples of the illusionary moon sect. Although Yan Qi's strength was only average among them, it was easy for him to crush a country like the Dragon Star Kingdom. But now he was actually restrained by the other party in one move. Chop! Although Yan Qi could not move his body, he used a soul force attack. The illusionary moon sect was good at soul illusion attacks. Hence, soul attacks were Yan Qi's ultimate skill. Let's see how you die. Yan Qi laughed coldly. He already imagined Lin Xian's miserable state after his soul was injured. Thinking of this, he revealed a cruel expression. But soon he couldn't make it out, because when the soul attack he released touched Lin Xian, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no effect at all. How is this possible? Yan Qi's eyeballs almost popped out. He could not believe it. He released a strange soul force attack again. However, there was still no reaction. This time, not only him, all the disciples of the illusionary moon sect were stunned. Even Yu Yan furrowed his brows. Hua Fei stood beside Lin Xian. She could clearly sense Yan Qi's soul force. That soul force far surpassed hers. He had probably reached the peak of a 4-star inscription master. However, this kind of terrifying soul force attack strangely disappeared every time it touched Lin Xian. Hua Fei's eyes widened. She sensed carefully but did not discover anything. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Do you want to continue? You. Yan Hui was driven mad. He could not beat him. His soul force attack was also ineffective. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and say, You win. With a slight flick of his finger, Lin Xian withdrew his sword chi. Everyone was shocked. Even the disciples of the illusionary moon sect lost. Was this Lin Xian still human? Wasn't this a little too powerful? Why do I feel that he has the strength of an azure dragon genius? The disciples of the illusionary moon sect were gloomy. Among them, Yu Yan locked his gaze on Lin Xian. As strong as he was, he did not discover how Lin Xian avoided the soul force attack. Lin Xian did not have any intention of explaining. He became more and more mysterious in everyone's hearts. In fact, it was very simple. He used the sword of devouring, a supreme skill that was said to be able to devour everything. Devouring a bit of soul power was as easy as flipping his hand. In the following time, some people sparred and some closed their eyes to cultivate. Everyone was waiting for the day when the super teleportation array opened. Yu Yan observed Lin Xian for a while and gave up. Although he did not know what method Lin Xian used, he was confident that he could kill Lin Xian in one move. Thinking of this, he retracted his gaze and looked at the distant fiery mountain with his hands behind his back. That was the place where the person he wanted to challenge was. His goal was to become a peerless genius. This time he must stand at the peak of the Azure Dragon Association. How confident are you this time? Han Fei suddenly asked. Half. Yu Yen replied. The premise was that they had not improved too much. Everyone was at a loss, not knowing what the two were talking about. However, the expressions of the people from the Godly Saber sect and the Illusionary Moon sect all changed. There were only 4 peerless geniuses who could make 2 peerless geniuses talk so solemnly. Apart from the prince of the Heavenly Fire sect, who else was there? Lin Xian asked curiously. To be honest, he did not know. The 4 peerless geniuses, the Prince of the Heavenly Fire, Jin Wu Dao, the Heavenly Daughter of the Sword Dao, Zhou Jianying, the Iron Monkey King, Yan Shan, and the number 1, the Unparalleled Overlord, Infinite Tyrant. Han Fei said in a deep voice, the 4 great geniuses have unparalleled combat power, representing the top strength of the South Horizon region's younger generation. Especially the number 1, Infinite Tyrant. He suppresses everyone with his fists. Everyone fell silent. The 4 great geniuses were like 4 mountains, crushing everyone until they could not breathe. This was a golden age. To be able to witness so many geniuses was an honor. In previous eras, most of the time, only 1 genius would appear, at most 2. But in the recent 100 years, there were 4 great geniuses appearing together. It could be said to be the golden age of martial arts in the past 1,000 years. The martial artists born in this era were lucky because they could witness the miracle of an era. But at the same time, they were also unfortunate, because they were destined to look up to the 4 great geniuses for the rest of their lives. Chapter 452. At that moment, the power of the 4 peerless geniuses was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Many people felt powerless, but there were also some geniuses who had high fighting spirit in their eyes. Their goal was to challenge the martial artists of a higher level. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He could only strive to obtain the most true dragon qi. Thinking of this, he increased the absorption of the black dragon flame again. Time flew, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lin Xian successfully absorbed a trace of the black dragon flame again. The spiritual energy in his body was purer and thicker, and it even had a trace of fire aura. After the wind and thunder energy, he had another type of energy. However, his use of the fire attribute energy was still shallow and was not as skillful as the use of the wind and thunder energy. This time, he did not continue to cultivate. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the flaming mountain in the distance. Is it going to open? He was looking forward to it. Countless colorful lights appeared in the flaming mountain, and a pillar of light pierced through the heavens and earth. It expanded rapidly and finally enveloped the entire flaming mountain. Soon, the huge pillar of light disappeared, but an even more ancient aura surged out. The ancient teleportation portal has opened. Let's go. Yu Yan led the disciples of the Fantasy Moon sect toward the flaming mountain. The Godly Knife sect followed closely behind, and the other strong countries also moved. Lin Xian stood up and took a deep breath. Let's go. Immediately, the people of the Dragon Star Kingdom followed behind him and flew into the distance. The closer they got to the flaming mountain, the more Lin Xian could feel the shocking heat. The black dragon flame in his body seemed to be challenged and was a little restless. Using the art of longevity, Lin Xian suppressed the restlessness. Fortunately, the fist-sized black dragon flame in the mysterious small sword was not affected. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him. The Heavenly Fire sect was indeed a 5-star sect. The concentration of spiritual energy and the scale of the buildings inside far surpassed that of a 4-star sect. It could be said that this was the most majestic sect Lin Xian had ever seen. They did not delay and flew toward the ancient teleportation portal. Soon, They arrived in front of a huge formation. The formation was 1,000 meters wide, and it was completely made of black metal. There were complicated inscriptions on it, and it gave off an ancient aura. At this moment, there were already 6 heavenly fire sect elders standing in front of the ancient teleportation array. "Greetings, Senior." Yu Yan and the other young geniuses said respectfully. Lin Xian used his eye technique to probe the other party's situation. Then he revealed a look of shock. These 6 people were all spirit detecting experts. As expected of a 5-star sect, they could easily gather 5 spirit detecting experts. It has to be said that even large sects didn't have more than a handful of spirit detecting experts. It seemed that the difference between a 4-star sect and a 5-star sect was not just the difference of having a venerable. One of the spirit detecting realm elders nodded and said, "Wait here. The transfer array will open soon." The crowd waited patiently, and not too long later, a terrifying surge of heat descended from the sky. It was as if Mars from outer space was crashing into the Earth. What terrifying heat! Everyone panicked and activated their protective shields. Lin Xian also formed a defensive barrier, but it didn't affect him much. The black dragon flame in his body emitted a wave of energy that flowed through his body, counteracting the heat wave. He raised his head and looked up. In the sky, there was an imposing figure that looked like a god of fire. Crimson flames filled the sky. There seemed to be a layer of mysterious energy around him that blocked all senses. This figure released countless rays of light like a sun as it descended towards the ground. In an instant, the defenses of the martial artists below showed signs of melting. Even Iron Arms and the other spirit detecting realm martial artists had serious expressions, not daring to be careless. Boom! The god of fire's figure had already landed on the ground. Countless flames spread in all directions like a volcano erupting. Lin Xian's expression changed greatly. He felt as if he was floating in a sea of fire and could be annihilated at any time. This kind of aura was too uncomfortable, as if he couldn't control himself. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and quickly activated the Sword of Devouring, quietly devouring the flames that were rushing towards him. Only then did he feel a little better. He turned around and found that most people were the same as him. Their faces were red, and they couldn't breathe. "Greetings, venerable Scarlet Flame." Iron Arms and the other spirit detecting realm martial artist said, "Venerable." Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Venerable Scarlet Flame was one of the top existences in the Tianan region. He had previously seen the sect master of the Great Flag sect, Venerable Lung. However, Sect Master Lung was injured and her strength was greatly reduced. Now that he saw Venerable Scarlet Flame, he realized how terrifying a Venerable was. Such a figure could probably kill everyone present with a raise of his hand. He sized up the fiery figure in front of him, but he didn't discover anything. He couldn't see anything at all. "Kid, don't challenge the dignity of a Venerable," Lord Alcohol quickly reminded. Lin Xian was shocked and quickly retracted his soul power. "With your current level, even if you use all your senses, you won't be able to sense anything. Furthermore, you might anger a Venerable and bring trouble to yourself." Lin Xian nodded. Facing Venerable Scarlet Flame made him feel as if he was treading on thin ice. Venerable Heavenly Flame nodded slightly in response to Iron Arms and the others' greetings. The terrifying flames around him contracted and surrounded his body, forming scarlet ripples. Only then did the crowd realize that there were dozens of young disciples behind him. One of them was wearing a flaming robe and had long scarlet hair. He had an imposing figure and a stern face, emitting a berserk aura. At this moment, the red-haired man's gaze was like 2 flaming spears that pierced through the void. Anyone who met his gaze would feel as if their soul was being burned. How terrifying! Zhao Kuang's eyes were red as he quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Only Yu Yan, Han Fei, and a few other geniuses could resist such a gaze. What a sharp gaze! Who was this person that could suppress so many geniuses? Jin Wu Dao, Yu Yan said in a deep voice. What? He's the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince. Everyone was shocked. They had long heard of the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince's reputation, but this was the first time they saw him. As expected of a peerless genius, one gaze was enough to make people collapse. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He had finally seen the top geniuses of the Tianan region. This Heavenly Flame Crown Prince only gave him one feeling: strong. At this moment, Jin Wu Dao retracted his gaze and revealed a trace of disdain. It seems that there are still no geniuses worthy of my attention. In this world, only Infinite Tyrant can pique my interest. The Heavenly Flame Crown Prince no longer paid attention to you, Yan, and the others. Master, please activate the array. Activate the array! Supremacy Scarlet Flame said in a deep voice. Immediately, the 6 spirit detecting realm elders began to activate the ancient array bit by bit. Taking advantage of this, Lin Xian quickly analyzed the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince's combat strength. The peak of the spirit transformation realm was far superior to his peers. Moreover, he also sensed a terrifying bloodline power in Jin Wudao's body and a blazing energy source. Each of these things could crush everyone, but the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince could gather all of them. It was truly terrifying. In addition to a 5-star sect like the Heavenly Flame Sect, the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince's cultivation techniques and artifacts were definitely the best. Such a person could crush all geniuses. No wonder there were rumors that the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince could fight against spirit detecting realm cultivators. Chapter 453. Just as Lin Xian was analyzing Prince Heavenly Flame's combat strength, the ancient teleportation array beside him was activated. Prince Heavenly Flame strode forward and followed Supremacy Scarlet Flame into the teleportation array. Behind him were the other disciples of the Heavenly Flame sect. Following that, the Mirage Moon sect, Divine Saber sect, and other factions all stepped into the ancient teleportation array. With a flash of light, Lin Xian felt a powerful spatial force augmenting his body. Following that, countless black lines appeared before his eyes. When he woke up again, he was already in an unfamiliar place. There were ancient buildings all around, and the walls and stone pillars were filled with sword scars. It was filled with the vicissitudes of history. This was an ancient city, an incomparably huge ancient city. Just as Lin Xian stepped down from the teleportation array, he felt the great dragon, sword intent, in his body vibrate. This is true dragon chi. Lin Xian was shocked. There was a shocking true dragon chi under the ancient city. According to Lord Alcohol, the great dragon sword intent was born from the great dragon sword, which was formed by a true dragon fusing with the heaven and earth origins. It could be said that it came from the same source as the true dragon chi. Therefore, when he stepped into the ancient azure dragon city, the great dragon sword intent had such a reaction. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian controlled the trembling great dragon sword intent in his body. He knew that he was getting closer and closer to the great dragon sword. At that moment, Lin Xian looked back and realized that the warriors around him had different expressions. Prince Heavenly Flame's body was covered in flames as his eyes emitted a shocking light. This was the place where he would once again create glory. As for Yu Yan, Han Fei, and the rest, their expressions were solemn. Most of the other warriors were looking at the surrounding ancient buildings curiously. Lin Xian followed the crowd and walked towards the ancient battlefield. In the center of the ancient azure dragon city, there was a vast area. In the center, there were 4 martial stages with a radius of 1,000 meters. They were made of black gold, similar to the ancient teleportation array. Many people had already arrived near the ancient martial stages. They were probably the participants from the other factions in the Southern Heaven region. Among them, 3 people were the most eye-catching. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he looked into the distance. He saw a woman at first glance. He was dressed in green and looked simple and unadorned. He carried an antique sword on his back, and his eyes were as sharp as a divine sword. Her body was filled with an extremely sharp aura, as if a divine sword would be unsheathed at any moment. What a terrifying sword intent! Lin Xian was shocked. As a swordsman, he immediately noticed the woman in green. He could clearly sense the terrifying sword intent within the girl in green. With his current mastery of the great dragon sword will, he was afraid that he would not be able to win. Needless to say, this green-clothed woman was one of the 4 great geniuses, the Sword Dao Heavenly Maiden, Zhou Jianying. Lin Xian realized that Zhou Jianying's sword intent was very skillful. Even if she hadn't reached great accomplishment, she wasn't far from it. He roughly estimated that this green-clothed woman's sword intent was at least 80% complete. Then he looked at the person on the left. This person was dressed in a long black robe. His entire body was shrouded in darkness, only revealing half of his pale face. His body exuded a strange and eerie aura, which was no weaker than the green-robed woman's. What was even stranger was that there was a huge, oval-shaped package wrapped in white bandages behind him. This strange shape and terrifying aura made the surrounding people not dare to approach. This person was the Iron Puppet King, who could control puppets. It was said that he had a spirit-detecting realm puppet, which was extremely powerful. The 2 of them had powerful auras that suppressed the other geniuses. However, there was an even more domineering aura that filled the area. That aura was extremely domineering, as if it didn't care about anything. A golden-haired man stood in the middle, looking around like a golden god of war. The aura on his body seemed to have surpassed that of the heavenly flame-crowned prince and the others. Ba Wuji, the leader of the 4 great prodigies, was also the champion of the previous Azure Dragon League. Not only did he cultivate the Earth-class hegemonic Qi technique, but he also had the Overlord bloodline. His combat strength was unparalleled, and he could unleash his domineering aura to the extreme. The 4 great prodigies faced each other from afar, emitting terrifying auras as they collided in the void. Suddenly, an invisible force enveloped the area, forming a terrifying pressure zone. Everyone trembled and retreated with pale faces. They couldn't withstand the aura of these great prodigies at all. Lin Xian was surprised. He executed the great dragon sword intent and circulated it in his body to counteract the violent pressure. At the same time, he looked around. Most of the people had retreated, and only a small number of martial artists were resisting. A bright moon condensed behind Yu Yan, emitting endless light and pushing away the terrifying pressure. Han Fei's saber intent soared into the sky, destroying everything. In addition, there were 3 young geniuses who were proudly resisting. A silver-haired girl was surrounded by snowflakes and a bone-piercing chill. She held an ice staff in her hand and looked like a snow maiden. There was also a thin young man with a lightning trident in his hand. His body emitted terrifying lightning as if he was the god of thunder. The last person was dressed in white, holding a folding fan in his hand and a bamboo flute at his waist. He looked very handsome and elegant. These 5 people were the 5 great prodigies, second only to the 4 great prodigies. Only these 5 people could resist the pressure of the 4 great prodigies. However, no one knew that there was someone else who could resist. Lin Xian appeared to be calm in the face of this pressure, but he quickly withdrew. Now was not the time for him to compete with the 4 great prodigies. He had to accumulate strength and wait until he absorbed enough black dragon flames to break through to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. At that time, he would be able to compete with the 4 great prodigies. The 4 great prodigies didn't fight for long before quickly dispersing. They wouldn't fight here. Everything would have to wait until the Azure Dragon meeting. Next, it was to verify the identity information and receive the items needed by the Azure Dragon meeting. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Soon, Lin Xian finished verifying the information and received a set of bronze battle suits. Not only him, but every participant received a set of battle suits. However, Lin Xian found that these battle suits were not the same. For example, he, Dongfang Xiong, and the others were all wearing bronze battle suits. Zhao Kuang, Fan Chao, and the others who had participated in the previous meeting were wearing silver battle suits. In addition, there were silver battle suits and golden battle suits. Many martial artists were curious, not understanding what the different colors of battle suits represented. However, when they put on the battle suits, they exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian put on the bronze battle suit, but it didn't have any effect. However, Zhao Kuang's silver battle suit changed. A wisp of aura rose from the ground and entered his battle suit. Immediately, his battle suit emitted a faint light. The silver battle suits emitted a silver light. Their light surpassed that of Zhao Kuang and the others. What was even more shocking was that a few golden battle suits emitted a dazzling light that far surpassed the silver battle suits. Lin Xian wore the most bronze battle suits, accounting for about 2/3 of the participants. Next were the silver battle suits. Only a few martial artists wore golden battle suits. Among them, the 5 great prodigies wore golden battle suits. As for the 4 great prodigies, they wore 5-colored battle suits. Strands of true dragon chi circulated around them, making them look like ferocious true dragons. Why is this happening? This isn't fair. Many people were dissatisfied. Chapter 454. Seeing the different forms of the battle suits, some warriors started to complain. Soon, the crowd got an explanation. The color of the battle suit was based on the ranking of the previous Azure Dragon Gathering. For example, those who had never participated in the Azure Dragon Gathering would wear the bronze battle suit. Lin Xian and the others were wearing the bronze battle suit. Those who had entered the top 300 would wear the silver battle suit, such as Zhao Kuang and the others. The silver battle suit would be the top 100. As for the top 72 Azure Dragon Geniuses, they would have a trace of golden light. For example, the silver battle suit. The 5 heroes would wear the gold battle suit. The last 4 geniuses would wear the 5-colored, exquisite battle suit, which represented their unparalleled status. The ranking was very clear. As long as one wore the battle suit, it would be clear at a glance. Moreover, the battle suit also contained the true dragon chi of the corresponding ladder. However, it could not be used for the time being. One would have to wait until the end of the competition to enjoy the effects of the true dragon chi. I see. Lin Xian understood. The final ranking would be based on the battle suit. If one's combat strength was very strong, then even the bronze battle suit could evolve into a 5-colored battle suit. The corresponding warrior would then become the 5th exceptional genius. The winner of every match would obtain the true dragon chi, while the loser would lose the true dragon chi. After understanding this, the crowd could only wait for the next competition. At this moment, 5 figures appeared on the ancient city in front of the ancient martial platform. The 5 of them had powerful auras, as if they were the rulers of the world. Their terrifying auras shrouded the surroundings. Supremacy Red Flame was among them. Those who could be with Supremacy Red Flame were definitely supremacies. The crowd was shocked. The sudden appearance of 5 supremacies was definitely a shocking scene. One of them was wearing a green ancient robe. He looked young, as if he was only in his 20s. However, his aura was even more powerful than Supremacy Red Flames. That's Supremacy Green Lotus. Don't underestimate him. He's at least 500 years old. Lin Xian was shocked as he looked at the ancient city. Supremacy Green Lotus was sitting in the middle, and the other 4 supremacies were sitting beside him. It seemed that Supremacy Green Lotus was above the other 4 in terms of both status and strength. Supremacy Green Lotus is an elder of the Martial Alliance. His strength and status are superior among the supremacies, Iron Hand explained. Martial League? Lin Xian was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of it. This Martial League is so powerful. Even Venerable Red Flame has to be courteous to him? Of course. You should know that the members of the Martial Alliance are all venerables. What? All of them are supremacies. Lin Xian was stunned. This level of strength was definitely above that of a 5-star sect. Moreover, in the entire Tianan region, there was probably no one who could match him. Seeing Lin Xian's shocked expression, Iron Hand continued to explain. The Martial Alliance is indeed filled with venerables. However, these venerables do not belong to the Martial Alliance alone. For example, Supremacy Chihua. He's the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Fire Sect and a member of the Martial Alliance. In the Martial League, other than a few supremacies who are itinerant cultivators, the rest are similar to Supremacy Red Flame. Upon hearing that, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. If the Martial Alliance was an independent force, that would be too terrifying. What exactly is this Martial League for? Is it just for the sake of managing the Azure Dragon Society? Isn't that a little wasteful? There were a total of 13 members in the Martial Alliance. They decided everything in the Tianan region. Moreover, they were also the main fighting force against the Black Dragon Society. Control everything? Fight against the Black Dragon Society? Lin Xian was stunned. These two things were too shocking. There were tens of thousands of countries in the Tianan region with hundreds of millions of people, and they were controlled by 13 people. This was indeed a world where the strong were respected. Moreover, the Martial Alliance was the main fighting force against the Black Dragon Society. How powerful was the Black Dragon Society to be able to fight against the Martial Alliance that was full of venerables? Lin Xian asked the question in his heart. The Black Dragon Society ran amok in the Tianan region back then and occupied almost half of the territory. If it wasn't for the Martial Alliance's resistance, the Tianan region would have become hell on earth, Iron Hand said in a deep voice. The Black Dragon Society's leader has monstrous magic power. It's said that he's already one step away from the Venerable Realm and has reached an even higher level. He has 2 envoys and 4 guardians under him. Each of them has the strength of a Venerable Realm cultivator. The battle back then was very tragic. Society leader Lung was injured in that battle and went into seclusion. Lin Xian was silent. He thought of the Black Dragon Flame. It seemed that it was left behind by a certain Venerable Realm cultivator in the Black Dragon Society. In the past, the Azure Dragon Society would at most send 1 or 2 venerables, but this time 5 appeared. I'm guessing that it's related to the Black Dragon Society. Black Dragon Society. Lin Xian's expression was serious. Yes, at the southwest border of the Tianan region. The remnants of the Black Dragon Society have revived, and their forces are growing stronger. Recently, there's a rumor that the remnants of the Black Dragon Society seem to be doing something big. They seem to want to revive one of the 4 guardians. At first, I thought it was a rumor, but looking at the Martial Alliance's actions this time, it seems that the rumor is most likely true. At first, I wanted to let you experience more and go all out in the next Azure Dragon Society. Now, it seems that you'd better go all out this time and try your best to get some true dragon chi. Iron Hand said. Lin Xian nodded. Iron Hand's words were clear. If the Black Dragon Society revived, the Tianan region would be in trouble again. At that time, there might not even be a next Azure Dragon Society. Just as Lin Xian and Iron Hand were talking, the 4 ancient martial platforms suddenly emitted light. Lin Xian sensed a strange aura coming from the bronze armor, as if it wanted to rush to the 3rd martial platform. Don't resist. In the Azure Dragon Society, everything has to follow the guidance of the true dragon chi, Iron Hand explained. Lin Xian relaxed his body. Indeed, under the guidance of the true dragon chi, he arrived at the 3rd martial platform. Not only him, but all the contestants' armor also emitted a strange aura, and they were all pulled into the martial platforms. Soon, everyone was assigned. Lin Xian observed and found that the distribution of the true dragon chi was very balanced. The situation in each martial platform was about the same, and the levels were even. Among them, the 4 peerless geniuses were in charge of the 4 martial platforms, and the 5 heroes were in the 4 corners. Lin Xian was in the 3rd martial platform, and the heavenly fire crown prince was in charge. Among the 5 heroes, Yu Yan was also in the 3rd martial platform. Lin Xian quickly scanned and found that Infinite Tyrant was in the 1st martial platform. Zhou Jianying was in the 2nd, and the heavenly fire crown prince was in the 3rd. Yen Shan was in the 4th martial platform. This situation was the same as their ranking in the Azure Dragon Society. Among them, Zhao Shui was in the 2nd martial platform, Yi Daolong was in the 1st, and Dong Fangxiong was in the 4th. Zhao Kuang, Hua Fei, and Lin Xian were in the 3rd martial platform. After the allocation, Venerable Green Lotus spoke, his calm voice reverberating in all directions. The opponents will be guided by the true dragon Qi. Intentional killing is not allowed during the competition. Violators will be stripped of their true dragon Qi. Now, I announce that the Azure Dragon Society officially begins. Chapter 455. I announce that the Azure Dragon Gathering will begin now. The loud voice spread in all directions. Then, 4 figures quickly appeared on the 4 arenas like ghosts. These 4 people were all at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. They were the judges this time. As soon as Venerable Green Lotus finished speaking, the ground around the arenas trembled as spectator stands rose from the ground. There were millions of spectators on the spectator stands. These martial artists came from all over the Tianan region to watch the Azure Dragon Gathering. Previously, due to the rules of the Azure Dragon Gathering, they couldn't show their faces. Now that the Azure Dragon Gathering had begun, they could finally watch the geniuses of the Tianan region compete. Waves of shocking cheers shook the heavens and the earth, affecting the young martial artists present. Many people were excited and their blood was boiling. If they could stand out in the Azure Dragon Gathering, it wouldn't take long for their names to spread throughout the Tianan region. Just thinking about it made them excited. When the competition began, the 4 arenas bloomed with light as an invisible force guided everything. In the 3rd arena, a young man holding a long spear went up. He was at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. In a flash, he appeared on the arena, looking very high-spirited. His long spear danced in the air, creating countless spear shadows that shook the void. As the first martial artist to go up, he naturally wanted to perform well. However, when he saw his opponent, his expression was uglier than crying. Because his opponent was Crown Prince Heavenly Flame. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame came to the arena with an impatient expression. His opponent was only in a silver battle suit. Such an opponent couldn't increase his true dragon aura at all. One had to know that he already had the 5-colored, exquisite battle suit. Only a martial artist of the same level or a golden battle suit could increase his true dragon aura. Other martial artists had no effect at all. Thinking of this, his expression became even more gloomy. The martial artist holding the long spear took a deep breath and gripped his spear tightly with both hands. He came from a 4-star sect and was a top genius in the sect. As a genius, his pride wouldn't allow him to lose without a fight. Take my strongest attack, Cloudless Gale Stab. The martial artist's long spear vibrated, forming a terrifying spear light that pierced the sky. However, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame only flicked his finger and a wisp of flame floated toward his opponent. The terrifying spear light trembled in the void, but it quickly dissipated when it touched the wisp of flame. Not good. The spear-wielding martial artist's face changed greatly. He quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit chi and formed a solid defense in front of him. However, all of this seemed very fragile in front of that ball of fire. In just an instant, his entire body's defense was roasted away, and his body felt as if it had fallen into a volcano. A burnt smell came from his body. Plop! The spear-wielding martial artist fell to the ground, black smoke rising from his body. A wisp of true dragon chi flew out from the silver armor and entered Prince Heavenly Flame's body. However, the 5-colored armor didn't change at all. "Bring him for treatment," the referee said in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked. Just a flame was enough to defeat the silver armored warrior. Prince Heavenly Flame's strength was terrifying. For a moment, a dark cloud enveloped everyone's heart. Not only the third arena, the same thing happened in the other arenas as well. On the first arena, Infinite Tyrant didn't even make a move. He used his aura to defeat his opponent. On the second arena, Zhou Jianying's gaze was like a sword, directly sending her opponent flying. On the fourth arena, Yan Shan was controlling a corpse puppet and almost bit off his opponent's neck. If the referee hadn't stopped him in time, his opponent would have been a dead man. Everyone was shocked and trembled. Venerable Green Lotus had already warned them not to kill as they wished. However, Yan Shan acted as if he didn't hear it. He continued to do his own thing and attacked viciously. "He's a lunatic." Everyone was afraid, and no one dared to provoke him. Many people even decided that if they met Yan Shan, they would surrender immediately. Otherwise, they might lose their lives. The 4 exceptional geniuses were abnormally powerful. They sent their opponents flying in one move. This scene immediately attracted the cheers of the millions of spectators. The sound directly scattered the clouds in the sky. After the 4 exceptional geniuses attacked, the competition continued. After watching a few battles, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He realized that with his current strength, it wasn't too difficult to squeeze into the top 72 true dragon geniuses. However, his goal wasn't just that. His main goal in joining the Azure Dragon Association was to absorb as much true dragon chi as possible so that he could sense the direction of the great dragon sword. According to Lord Alcohol's analysis, he had to at least reach the golden armor level to be able to sense it. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. As the Azure Dragon Association gathered all the young geniuses in the entire Tianan region, the competition took a long time. During this period, as long as he increased his strength, there was still hope. Thinking of this, he used his soul to control the Sword of Devouring to absorb the black dragon flames while watching the competition. He even devoured the divine sword visualization diagram into the mysterious small sword. Then he separated a wisp of his soul to cultivate the divine sword visualization diagram. After reaching the level of a 4-star inscription master, one could multitask. This was because refining elixirs was a multitasking process. A genius alchemist like Lin Xian could multitask even more. Wisps of black dragon flames were absorbed by the Sword of Devouring and quickly entered his body. Under the circulation of the longevity art, they were gradually converted into his spiritual power. He controlled it very carefully. The amount of black dragon flames he absorbed each time was just enough to reach the limit his body could withstand. This way, he could safely absorb the energy and temper his body to the greatest extent. The divine sword visualization diagram was even more unpredictable. Lin Xian comprehended a lot from it. His swordsmanship was also improving, and his great dragon sword essence had become sharper than before. Lin Xian believed that if he continued to comprehend the divine sword visualization diagram, it would not be long before his sword essence improved again. At that time, he would be able to contend with Zhou Jianying's sword essence. Just as Lin Xian was multitasking and improving his strength, the battles in the 4 arenas were fierce. In the first arena, Lung Yidao, who was wearing a bronze battle suit, went up. His opponent was a warrior in a silver battle suit, holding a metal sledgehammer. Haha, another newcomer in a bronze battle suit. This time, I'm going to win 3 times in a row. The warrior laughed proudly. Then he swung the metal sledgehammer and smashed into the void. A sledgehammer the size of a house appeared in the sky and smashed toward Lung Yidao. Humph! Lung Yidao's saber light shone brightly as if it was going to pierce the sky. The dazzling blade aura shot up and instantly cleaved the hammer the size of a house in half. Then, The dazzling saber light sent the warrior in the silver battle suit flying. A wisp of true dragon chi flew out of the silver battle suit and entered Lung Yidao's body. Suddenly, his bronze battle suit bloomed with a silver light. What? This kid sent Jiao Laolu flying with one move. Damn! What a terrifying saber light! Who is this kid? The nearby warriors exclaimed. Many of them looked deeply at Lung Yidao with fear. Chapter 456. There were many new geniuses like Lung Yidao in the 4 arenas. Many people were amazed. They realized that this year's Azure Dragon Society was even more powerful than the previous one. Lin Xian was cultivating while watching the battles. At this moment, his bronze armor emitted a ray of light as if it was guiding him to the arena. He knew that it was his turn. Then he stood up. Lin Xian stood up slowly and leaped onto the arena. His opponent was a warrior in silver armor, holding a blue sky profound steel longsword. His aura was as strong as the clouds. It's a newcomer and a harmonious spirit. The warrior in silver armor laughed. Seems like I'm lucky to meet such an opponent. Kid, surrender now. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble when I attack. I'll give you a chance to attack first. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Lin Xian smiled. You're courting death. Yun Tianyang shouted angrily. How dare a bronze brat talk to him like that? His long sword moved slightly, drawing a strange sword light. Misty Cloud Sword Art. He's a disciple of the Yun family. Seems like that bronze brat is going to be unlucky. Yeah, I heard that the Misty Cloud Sword Art is extremely strange. It leaves no trace and kills without leaving a trace. That brat won't be able to dodge it. There were many whispers around the 3rd arena. Lin Xian smiled when he saw the sword light filling the sky. Although the sword light was strange, there was nowhere to hide in front of him. Using the phantom demonic steps, he left behind an afterimage, while his real body dashed toward Yun Tianyang at top speed. Chi! Chi! 2 sword chi suddenly appeared behind the afterimage and pierced into its body. Got him! Yun Tianyang sneered. The misty cloud sword art of the Yun family was unpredictable. Ordinary people couldn't catch it. In his opinion, this bronze brat was courting death by challenging him. Below the arena, Zhao Kuang, Hua Fei, and the others' hearts were beating fast. Did Lin Xian lose? Impossible. With Lin Xian's strength, it's impossible for him to lose. The two shook their heads. Sure enough, the phantom that was stabbed trembled and dissipated, disappearing from the spot. It's an afterimage. When did that kid leave? Most of these warriors came from other factions in the Southern Heaven region. They did not know about Lin Xian's performance near the Heavenly Fire Sect. Therefore, Lin Xian's ghost-like speed had shocked them. Yun Tianyang's pupils contracted as well. He cursed inwardly as he quickly formed countless sword energies around him. However, he was still one step too slow. Dozens of green sword chis were as soft as willow branches as they quickly wrapped around him. Instantly, Yun Tianyang was wrapped up into a green dumpling. With a wave of his arm, Lin Xian threw Yun Tianyang off the stage. Suddenly, Lin Xian's true dragon chi increased, and a silver light bloomed on the bronze armor. What? That's it. Everyone was stunned. Yun Tianyang was a martial artist at the spirit transformation realm. Moreover, the misty cloud sword technique was extremely strange. It allowed Yun Tianyang's battle prowess to increase by several levels. But now he was subdued by a harmonious spirit warrior with a bronze armor. This contrast was hard for everyone to accept. Is this guy also an expert? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with fear in their hearts. Humph! Useless thing. You can't even block a single attack. Below the stage, a cold-looking young man in a brocade robe said with a gloomy face, "This brat is too despicable. How dare he hurt a disciple of the Yun family? Humph! He better not let me see him, or I'll teach him a lesson. The disciples of the Yun family were furious. This brat is so fast. It seems like his strength is not bad. A young man with an explosive hairstyle said. There were a few strands of golden light on his silver armor. Obviously, he was an expert. Judging from the current situation, he was only fast. If this was all he had, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the Azure Dragon gathering. In front of the young man with the explosive hairstyle stood a martial artist in a golden armor. He was surrounded by lightning and emitted a terrifying aura. Lei Zhen, one of the 5 geniuses, came from the lightning sect. His lightning attribute technique was extremely violent. In the third group, other than Jin Wudao and Yu Yan, the others were nothing to worry about. All of you in the third group must fight for as many spots as possible to enter the Azure Dragon Genius battle. Lei Zhen said in a deep voice. Don't worry, senior brother. The disciples of the lightning sect laughed. They had outstanding strength and had participated in the previous Azure Dragon gathering. It could be said that they had both strength and experience. Other than a few peerless experts that they couldn't defeat, they didn't take the others seriously. It's my turn, the young man with the explosive hairstyle said. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived on the stage. Instantly, the area within a radius of 10 feet became a terrifying sea of lightning. Haha, lightning punishment. With a loud laugh, the young man with the explosive hairstyle waved his hand. Suddenly, several huge bolts of lightning descended from the sky and struck his opponent's head. Instantly, a terrifying scene appeared on the stage. His opponent's body emitted a dazzling light as he resisted with all his strength. He also retreated rapidly, trying to avoid the lightning attack. You want to run? Humph! The young man with the explosive hairstyle snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a huge blue electric saw appeared in the air. In an instant, the air in front of him was split in half. The martial artist of the Yin family trembled and fell down powerlessly. On the silver armor, the wisp of golden light dimmed and entered the body of the young man with the explosive hairstyle. Then the young man with the explosive hairstyle turned into a bolt of lightning again and disappeared from the stage. He's from the lightning sect. What a terrifying method! Everyone was frightened as they looked at the injured figure on the stage. Their hearts trembled. Lin Xian looked at the young man with the explosive hairstyle and was surprised. His opponent's attack was swift and fierce, and the intensity of the lightning didn't seem to be any weaker than his. Then he looked at Lei Zhen in the crowd, who was wearing a golden armor, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. In the crowd, Lei Zhen seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned his head. 2 gazes like divine lightning exploded near Lin Xian's courtyard. In an instant, the surrounding people stiffened and trembled uncontrollably. Humph, overestimating yourself. Lei Zhen sneered and silently turned his head. In that instant, he saw a trace of battle intent in Lin Xian's eyes. But as one of the 5 great talents, how could he put Lin Xian, a bronze martial artist, in his eyes? He actually dares to challenge eldest senior brother. He's really courting death. The young man with the explosive hairstyle sneered. Senior brother, don't worry. Leave this person to me. I'll teach him how to behave properly. Then the young man with the explosive hairstyle looked at Lin Xian and made a beheading gesture. Lin Xian frowned. The lightning sect's people were really vicious. He merely looked at the other party, and the other party wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Beside him, Zhao Kuang and Hua Fei's hearts were beating wildly. Damn it, what did this guy do? He actually dared to anger Lei Zhen? Zhao Kuang cursed in his heart. Although he knew that Lin Xian was strong, it was impossible for him to fight against Lei Zhen. The others were also shocked and distanced themselves from Lin Xian, not daring to stay close to him. Humph! This kid is really courting death. He actually dared to provoke Lei Zhen. The Fantasy Moon sect's disciple sneered. He dares to have designs on junior sister, Zhao Shui. If I see him, I'll definitely cripple him. Chapter 457. Everyone in the illusionary moon sect knew that their senior brother Yu Yan was interested in Zhao Shui. However, this Lin Xian was actually so close to Zhao Shui. This was simply provoking their senior brother. Hence, the illusionary moon sect's disciples hated Lin Xian to the bone. Lin Xian naturally didn't know that his actions had already attracted the hostility of many people. He was thinking of a plan. Just as the lightning sect's disciples wanted to teach Lin Xian a lesson, Lin Xian was also scheming against the lightning sect's disciples. He had a bold plan in his heart. Although he had absorbed the black dragon's flames and had the fire attribute in his body. However, its power was far from the lightning attribute. He had already comprehended the concept of wind. If he could comprehend the concept of lightning, he would be able to greatly increase his combat power in a short period of time. Furthermore, as his cultivation increased, the silver thunder body could no longer satisfy his needs for defense. He had to quickly evolve to the golden thunder body. Only then would he be able to gain an advantage in the spirit transformation realm. And all of this required a large amount of energy. The last time Lin Xian evolved to the silver thunder body, he had used the power of lightning. One could imagine how much lightning energy was needed to evolve to the golden thunder body. Hence, Lin Xian's attention turned to the lightning sect's disciples. Now that he had the sword of devouring, he could completely devour the lightning energy from the lightning sect's disciples. These people were all experts in the spirit transformation realm. The energy they contained was terrifying. Furthermore, there was Lei Zhen, a talent with pure lightning energy. If Lin Xian could absorb his lightning energy, then he would be able to quickly break through to the golden thunder body. Moreover, he would have a high chance of comprehending the concept of lightning. After all, he was only a step away from the concept of lightning. Thinking of this, Lin Xian smiled. The competition continued. Soon, Lin Xian's bronze armor reacted again. With a tap of his foot, he arrived on the stage again. His opponent was a martial artist wearing silver armor. Furthermore, there was a golden glow on his body. When this youth saw Lin Xian on the stage, he quickly formed a series of hand seals. Instantly, a bone-piercing chill was emitted from his surroundings. Countless dark blue ice crystals appeared in a radius of 10 feet. There were even snowflakes floating in the sky. This person was actually an ice element martial artist. After doing this, he sneered. He had watched Lin Xian's matches before, and Lin Xian's ghost-like speed was frightening. However, as long as he could restrain Lin Xian's speed, he was not afraid of any other methods. He was able to restrain Lin Xian's speed because he was an ice attribute martial artist. As long as they were within 10 feet of him, their speed would be slowed down and they might even be frozen. Once Lin Xian slowed down or froze, he would definitely win the match. However, what surprised him was that this time, Lin Xian did not use his ghost-like speed. Lin Xian waved his arm, forming a huge lightning sword chi in the air. The sword chi was terrifying like 3,000 thunderbolts, releasing a violent aura as it crashed down. Instantly, the ice element man's ice defense was mercilessly blasted apart. The huge lightning sword chi exploded, forming a sea of lightning that enveloped him. When the silver lightning dissipated, the ice element martial artist's body was charred black. His hair stood on end, and his body emitted a burnt smell. A trace of true dragon chi entered Lin Xian's bronze armor. What? Lightning? Lin Xian is also a lightning element martial artist? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian did not display any attributes in the previous matches, so everyone thought that Lin Xian's speed was extraordinary, and his other attacks were ordinary. However, they did not expect him to be able to use such a terrifying lightning element. This was really out of everyone's expectations. After Lin Xian defeated his opponent, he did not leave quickly. Instead, he turned to look in the direction of the Thunder Sect's disciples, revealing a challenging smile. Then his footsteps were light, and he arrived below the stage. This guy is courting death. The Thunder Sect's disciples were furious. Lei Zhen's face was gloomy. Lightning danced on his body, and his aura was terrifying. Someone actually dared to challenge them. This was something that had not happened for many years. Moreover, the other party was only a bronze martial artist. In his eyes he was an ant. Such a person had no right to challenge the Thunder Sect. Kid, I'll let you know the consequences of challenging the Thunder Sect. The Afro youth's eyes were cold. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to challenge the Thunder Sect. This was simply courting death. Zhao Kuang's heart trembled. He could not wait to escape from this place, lest the Thunder Sect misunderstood his relationship with Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was calm. He wanted to provoke the Thunder Sect's disciples to attack. Only then would he have a chance to absorb the power of lightning. The match continued, and Zhao Kuang took the stage. His opponent was actually the Yun family's youth in the brocade robe. Zhao Kuang was very wary of the Yun family's Misty Cloud sword technique, so he planned to defend and counterattack. However, the strange sword light was very sharp. It cut through his defense, leaving a terrifying sword mark on his body. "I admit defeat," Zhao Kuang screamed. Soon, he lost the true dragon qi in his body. Many people were shocked. Zhao Kuang's strength was enough to enter the top 200, but he could not withstand Yun Feng's sword. The Yun family was indeed one of the 3 major sword families. The Misty Cloud sword technique was strange and unpredictable. That youth should be the head disciple of the Yun family, Yun Feng. Looking at his strength, he should be able to enter the top 50. I think he has a chance to enter the top 30. Everyone discussed with fear in their hearts. The 3 major sword families? Lin Xian was puzzled. Someone explained, the 3 major sword families refer to the Yun family, Xue family, and Xie family. These 3 families' sword techniques are unique and each has its own path. Their disciples are elites, and they are known as the 3 major sword families below the Myriad Sword Sect. So that's how it is. The 3 great sword clans are interesting. Lin Xian understood. Yun Feng's Misty Cloud sword technique was clearly much better than Yun Tianyang's. Even he would have to put in a lot of effort to go against it. Look, the Xie family's disciple is attacking. Someone exclaimed. Xie family? One of the 3 major sword families? Lin Xian looked up. A cold-looking youth walked out of the first arena. His opponent was Fan Chao, the head disciple of one of the 4 major countries. Fan Chao's expression was solemn as he sent out hundreds of palm shadows in succession. Facing such a terrifying attack, the youth quickly drew his sword. The air trembled slightly. Then he sheathed his sword, turned around, and walked down the arena. That's it. Everyone was puzzled, not knowing what he was going to do. However, the next moment, the palm shadows dissipated, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared on Fan Chao's shoulder. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts filled with fear. What a fast sword! They did not see the trajectory of the sword light at all. They did not even see the youth's movements clearly. The sword light was beyond their perception. Lin Xian was also shocked. He only sensed the general trajectory, but he did not catch the precise sword light. It was his first time encountering such a thing. What a fast sword! As expected of one of the 3 major sword families. Chapter 458. Lin Xian exclaimed. He realized that the Xie family's youth strength was even above Yun Feng's. The Azure Dragon Association was indeed amazing. They could actually gather all the geniuses in the Tianan region. Lin Xian was excited. Normally, it would be difficult for him to meet such an expert, but the Azure Dragon Association gave him such an opportunity. Here he could see all kinds of sword techniques. This would be of great help to his growth. Moreover, he knew that whether it was the Xie family swordsman or Yun Feng, They must have held back most of their strength. Moreover, the two of them might have comprehended sword intent or some other concept. However, Lin Xian had never fought with them before, so he could not figure out their strength. I really hope I can fight with these genius swordsmen. The competition progressed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had already participated in 4 battles. In these 4 battles, he had won all 4 of them. On his bronze armor, there were 4 additional silver auras. He believed that it would not be long before his bronze armor became a silver armor. In the 3rd arena, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame defeated his opponent in 1 move every time he attacked. Lei Zhan, Yu Yan, and the others also won easily. Zhao Kuang was unlucky. He was injured earlier, so he only had 1 victory and 3 defeats. Hua Fei had 2 victories and 2 defeats. However, she was still young. Moreover, this result was already very good for her. At this moment, Lin Xian entered the arena again. His opponent was also a martial artist who won all 4 battles. This was a young man with bronze skin. The muscles on his body bulged like a dragon. In his previous battles, it was as if he had withstood his opponent's attack and then defeated his opponent with 1 punch. It could be said that he was a very powerful martial artist, especially his defensive ability. At this moment, the youth Yuan Shan looked at Lin Xian and revealed an arrogant smile. Very good. If I defeat you, my bronze armor will become silver armor. The surrounding crowd discussed. Lin Xian and Yuan Shan were both new geniuses. Moreover, both of them had 4 strands of silver aura on their bodies. No matter who it was, as long as they won 1 more battle, they would become silver armor. I think Yuan Shan has a higher chance of winning. After all, his terrifying defense is unmatched. Lin Xian might not be able to break through his defense. Yeah, even that spirit transformation realm cultivator from before couldn't break through the Yuan Mountain's defense. That guy is really too abnormal. Everyone discussed among themselves. Even though Lin Xian's performance was very outstanding, in front of Yuan Shan's astonishing defense, Lin Xian's abnormal speed and violent lightning seemed to have met his nemesis. Brat, let me tell you, your moves are useless against me. Neither speed nor lightning can break through my defense. Yuan Shan was very confident. His body blossomed with yellow light, and 3 shield-like phantoms quickly revolved around him. Furthermore, there was a layer of ancient yellow light on his skin. Like diamond one, it emitted a metallic luster. We'll know once we give it a try, Lin Xian said solemnly. He waved his arm, and a huge lightning sword energy came crashing down. Boom! Lightning suddenly appeared. The lightning sword Qi collided with Yuan Shan's defense, forming a sea of lightning golden light. However, the terrifying lightning only pushed Yuan Shan back, and didn't break through the 3 rotating defensive shields in front of him. Haha, you can't even break through my first layer of defense. You'll lose for sure. Yuan Shan laughed loudly. As expected, Lin Xian is restrained. It's no wonder, not to mention him. Even if a middle-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator came, they might not be able to break through Yuan Shan's defense. Everyone discussed, and they all thought that Lin Xian would lose for sure. The lightning sect disciple looked at the arena and sneered, "Looks like we don't need to do anything. Someone can take care of that brat." The fantasy moon sect disciple also sneered. He can't even wear the silver armor, and he wants to pursue junior sister Zhao Shui with this kind of strength? What a fool's dream! However, Lin Xian smiled indifferently. It was indeed harder than expected. He swiped his finger and quickly took out the black scabbard. Holding the star extinction sword, Lin Xian's aura instantly became fierce. What? He's a swordsman. Everyone was shocked. Humph. So what if you take out a weapon? You still can't break through my defense. Yuan Shan sneered. He strengthened his defense again, and then sent out a palm strike. As a body refinement realm cultivator, not only was his defense outstanding, his attack was even more terrifying. The bronze fist quickly became bigger and rushed towards Lin Xian like a small mountain. 3,000 lightning haste. The star extinction sword was unsheathed, and terrifying lightning flashed in the air. Silver lightning surged and slashed towards Yuan Shan. Crack, crack. Boom. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the defensive shield in front of Yuan Shan's body instantly split open, and a scarlet sword mark appeared on his diamond-like skin. Puff! Yuan Shan's body flew out. Sheathing his sword, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and he stood proudly. What a violent sword technique! Everyone was shocked. That sword technique just now was not flashy. It completely used the power of lightning to tear through Yuan Shan's defense. This sword technique could be said to be terrifying. At this moment, the Cloud Tribe, Lightning Sect, and Fantasy Moon Sect disciples all looked at Lin Xian. Their eyes were filled with deep enmity and seriousness. It was especially so for the Yun family. Lin Xian's display of two completely different sword techniques had surprised them. One must know that a swordsman's style was hard to change. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He could feel that the bronze armor on his body was undergoing some kind of change. As expected, when the true dragon Qi entered the bronze armor again, the armor gave off a silver light. The silver armor is done! Lin Xian was overjoyed. He finally broke through the lowest bronze armor level and reached the silver armor level. With his current true dragon Qi, Lin Xian estimated that he should be in the top 200. Lin Xian's performance shocked many people, but this was just the beginning. After this, Lin Xian continued to sing. 5 consecutive victories, 6 consecutive victories, all the way to 10 consecutive victories. Lin Xian won 10 consecutive battles and became a dazzling star. The silver armor on his body had already condensed 2 rays of golden light, like 2 small golden dragons that constantly swam. This kind of battle record directly shocked everyone. One must know that the people present were all geniuses. In such a genius competition, the probability of achieving 10 consecutive victories was very small. Only extremely powerful newcomers could achieve such a dazzling record. Undoubtedly, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xian had become a terrifying existence. Not only him, but in the other 3 arenas, there were also super powerful new stars. In the first arena, Lung Yidao's aura was fierce, and his saber light soared into the sky. He had won 10 consecutive battles. That cold saber essence made people tremble. Zhao Shui's white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Every time she attacked, she could confuse her opponent with a glance and make them fall into endless illusions. She had not lost yet. Dongfang Xiong was like an ancient fierce beast, using violent power to suppress his opponent. Moreover, he became more and more courageous as he fought, and his strength increased rapidly. These were all people that Lin Xian knew, and there were many peerless geniuses that he did not know. Chapter 459. For example, the Xie clan had a superstar whose sword technique was unparalleled. In fact, after 10 matches, no one was able to clearly see how he drew his sword. The Lightning Sect also had a superstar disciple. His lightning aura was violent, second only to Lei Zhen. Peerless geniuses rushed out like bamboo shoots after the rain, competing with the geniuses from the previous batch. On the ancient city, the 5 supremacies revealed satisfied smiles. Another batch of geniuses. These are new geniuses that have surpassed the previous batch. The geniuses from these 2 batches combined are the strongest in the past 500 years. Back then, the Tianan region was destroyed by the Black Dragon cult and lost many geniuses. Now, it seems like it has recovered. Supremacy Red Flame smiled. At this moment, a palm-sized jade bird flew over from the sky and landed on Supremacy Green Lotus's shoulder. The jade bird chirped a few times as if it was transmitting some kind of message. Indeed, after a while, Supremacy Green Lotus frowned. Hearing the message from the jade bird, Supremacy Green Lotus's face darkened. What's going on? Supremacy Red Flame and the others were puzzled. As a supremacy, they were already at the peak of the Tianan region. Basically, there was nothing that could make a supremacy worried. However, Supremacy Green Lotus revealed a rare worried expression. According to the Martial Alliance, there are remnants of the Black Dragon cult among the Azure Dragon Association's disciples. What? The remnants of the Black Dragon cult are also here? Supremacy Red Flame and the others were shocked. Supremacy Green Lotus's message was clear. The remnants of the Black Dragon cult were not among the audience, but among the Azure Dragon Association's geniuses. It was obvious that they had a motive for doing so. True Dragon Aura. Supremacy Green Lotus's face darkened. They must be here for the True Dragon Aura. Then what should we do? There are more than 700 participants here. How can we know who it is? It shouldn't be a disciple from the previous batch. Otherwise, we would have already received the news. Moreover, if the Black Dragon cult wants to obtain the True Dragon Aura, they will definitely send out young experts. Therefore, we only need to keep an eye on the new geniuses. The 5 supremacies' hearts were heavy. They would never allow the Black Dragon cult to obtain the True Dragon Aura. Supremacy Green Lotus was also worried that the True Dragon Aura was related to the Black Dragon cult's leader. He had participated in the war against the Black Dragon sect, so he knew some inside information. I hope my guess isn't true. Venerable Green Lotus stared down. The martial artists below naturally didn't know about this. They were still nervously watching the competition. Lin Xian sang loudly all the way, continuously achieving consecutive victories. Half of his silver armor had already turned a faint golden color. As the number of matches increased, everyone's strength was gradually revealed. On the third arena, the Heavenly Flame Crown Prince suppressed everyone and no one could match up to him. Behind him were Lei Zhen and Yu Yan, the 2 heroes. Both of them were wearing dazzling golden armor. In addition to them, there were also a few warriors in golden armor. Obviously, these were the masters of the previous batch. These warriors in golden armor were the top existences of the third arena. They represented the pinnacle of combat strength. Other than them, there were a few other people who were extremely eye-catching. That was the new rising star of this year's batch. These people were strong, far stronger than most warriors. Some of them were even as strong as warriors in golden armor. Among them, the most dazzling were 3 people: Lin Xian, Thunder Sect Shangguan Hao, and Yun family's Yun Hai. These 3 had maintained a winning record since the beginning of the competition. They had never lost. Everyone could accept the rising stars of the Thunder Sect and Yun family. After all, they were both top forces. However, Lin Xian's appearance was unexpected. The overall strength of the Dragon Star Nation was different. In the past, it was impossible for such a rising star to appear. Many people were secretly investigating Lin Xian's background. On the ancient city, the 5 venerables looked at Lin Xian and frowned. Ever since they learned that the remnants of the Black Dragon sect had infiltrated, they had been keeping a close eye on the rising star. As for Lin Xian, a star genius without a strong background, he naturally received extra attention. Who is this young man? What's his background? Venerable Green Lotus asked. Soon, a spirit-detecting realm warrior came to report. Venerable One, we've investigated him. That young man is Lin Xian, a disciple of the Dragon Star Nation's Great Banner Sect. Great Banner Sect. The 5 venerables were slightly surprised. Speaking of Great Banner Sect, they were no strangers. The sect leader of Great Banner Sect, Lung Rushuang, used to be a member of the Martial League. Are there any other clues? Venerable Green Lotus asked. According to our intelligence, this Lin Xian wasn't originally a disciple of Great Banner Sect. Moreover, He's not from the Dragon Star Nation. What? The 5 venerables were shocked. It seemed that this young man called Lin Xian was very suspicious. Where did he come from? Why did he join Great Banner Sect? I've already asked my Great Banner Sect. It said that Lin Xian joined Great Banner Sect to participate in the Azure Dragon Association. As for his background, he once appeared in the Tian Shan Nation and became the champion of the Pill King tournament. As for what happened in the Tian Shan Nation, we're not too sure yet. Continue investigating. We must get to the bottom of his background. Venerable Green Lotus said. At present, this Lin Xian's identity was the most suspicious. What's there to investigate? Who cares if he is or not? Let's capture him first. Venerable Red Flame snorted. If there's no other way, just search his soul. Venerable, according to our intelligence, this Lin Xian seems to have a close relationship with Venerable Lung, the spirit-detecting realm martial artist said. Oh, he's related to Lung Rushuang. The Venerables were surprised. It seemed that this Lin Xian was even more mysterious than they had imagined. He was actually related to Venerable Lung. One had to know that Venerable Lung had been injured for hundreds of years and had been cultivating in seclusion. Even they had not seen her. However, Lin Xian was actually related to sect leader Lung. He was definitely not simple. Go and investigate first. Don't act rashly, Venerable Green Lotus instructed. Lin Xian naturally did not know that he had been targeted by the Venerables. He was currently cultivating and watching the competition in the arena. Soon, he raised his eyebrows and revealed an excited expression. This was because the person who had entered the arena was a young man with lightning crackling all over his body. He had a terrifying aura. This young man was the rising star of the lightning sect, Shangguan Hao. What a terrifying power of lightning. This Shangguan Hao's strength is probably very close to Lei Zhen's. Yeah, it's almost impossible for ordinary spirit transformation realm martial artists to get close to his body. As expected of a rising star, his aura is indeed extraordinary. The crowd below the arena discussed animatedly. Kid, your strength is not bad. However, your winning streak ends here. On the opposite side, a young man holding a blood-red whip sneered. This young man's aura was equally powerful. Most of the armor on his body was suffused with a golden light. Only a small part of it was silver. It was obvious that this was an expert. Damn, it's Shuo Luosha Luo Fei, someone exclaimed. Chapter 460. He's a green dragon genius from the previous cohort. I remember that he was ranked 51st. The top 72 were all green dragon geniuses. They had been baptized by the true dragon chi in the previous cohort and were much stronger than their peers. It seems that the kid from the Thunder sect is in danger. Yeah, he actually met a veteran green dragon genius. However, the disciples of the Thunder sect had a mocking expression. They were not worried about Shangguan Hao's safety at all. In the arena, Shangguan Hao looked at his opponent with a disdainful expression. What green dragon genius? You can only kneel in front of me. The lightning on his body shone brightly. A huge lightning ball condensed in front of his chest and shot forward quickly. Wherever it passed, lightning filled the air and the void trembled. Humph, kid, you're still too inexperienced. Luo Fei's blood-red whip shook and hit the lightning ball with a terrifying force. Boom! The two collided and formed a terrifying energy wave that spread quickly. The area within a 100-meter radius was in chaos, and the energy wave continued to spread. Luo Fei's strength is at the peak of the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. Shangguan Hao can tie with him. The two exchanged blows quickly, and terrifying energy waves exploded in the arena. Fortunately, the ancient arena was big enough. Otherwise, the energy waves alone would have injured some martial artists. Sea of Lightning Spirit Transformation. Shangguan Hao shouted coldly. The sea of lightning behind him rolled and condensed into a ferocious lightning beast. The terrifying aura made many people's hearts tremble. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Seeing that Shangguan Hao was finally serious, he could use this opportunity to observe the martial arts of the Thunder Sect. In the arena, the ferocious lightning beast roared, and its momentum shook the sky. Then it turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward quickly. The lightning beast was lifelike, as if it really existed. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Luo Fei sneered and lashed out with his blood-red whip. Spirit transformation? I can do it too. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red whip shook and turned into a 100-meter-long blood-red python that pounced on the lightning beast. The two forces collided and waves of energy spread in all directions. In the end, they turned into two waves of spiritual qi and dissipated in the air. Shangguan Hao's face was gloomy. He waved his arm and condensed a lightning-long saber and slashed it forward. The saber radiance was astonishing. It was as if divine lightning had struck down. Luo Fei was not to be outdone either. The blood-red whip seemed to come alive, shattering the lightning saber light with every strike. The two of them quickly exchanged blows, and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. Shangguan Hao was proud and arrogant. Seeing that he couldn't gain the upper hand, he finally shouted angrily. The thunder and lightning on his body suddenly rose and formed countless thunder and lightning halos. A violent aura that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens emanated from his body. This is the essence of thunder. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he stared at Shangguan Hao. After waiting for such a long time, he finally waited for the other party's concept of lightning. Die. After using the essence of thunder, Shangguan Hao became even more violent, as if he was the god of thunder. Behind him, a 100-meter-tall thunder hammer appeared, as if it was the hammer of the thunder god. Damn it! It's actually the concept of thunder and lightning. In the distance, Luo Fei's face was gloomy. The concept of thunder and lightning was incomparably violent. Within the concept, it was an extremely terrifying existence. He was afraid that Shangguan Hao's strength would be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Luo Fei did not dare delay any longer. He quickly activated the blood python concept. Thunder and lightning overflowed, and a sea of thunder filled the sky. On the other side, the blood python roared with terrifying killing intent. The two concepts collided, and the arena was in a mess. The terrifying energy spread rapidly like waves. The aftermath was enough to shatter an ordinary warrior in the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xian stared at Shangguan Hao, carefully comprehending his concept of thunder and lightning. He even secretly used the devouring sword to absorb some of the thunder and lightning aura at the edge to comprehend quickly. In his body, the silver thunder and lightning trembled as if they were about to leave his body. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was now one step closer to the concept of thunder. However, if he wanted to fully comprehend the concept of thunder, he was afraid that he still needed to fight with his opponent. Just as he was comprehending the concept of thunder, there was a shocking change in the arena. Shangguan Hao held the hammer of the thunder god in his hand. Thunder and lightning surged behind him, forming a huge pair of thunder and lightning wings. He flapped his wings and disappeared instantly. As his figure flashed, he appeared behind Luo Fei in an instant. The huge thunder and lightning hammer fell and hit Luo Fei, sending him flying. Luo Fei fell into the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with horror. The Thunder Wings flight technique. You have learned this secret skill. Everyone was shocked. They had heard of the Thunder Wings flight technique. It was said that only Lei Zhen had learned this secret skill. They did not expect Shangguan Hao to have learned it too so fast. Lin Xian was also shocked. At that moment, Shangguan Hao's speed was definitely not slower than his illusory demonic steps. It seems that the secret skill of the Thunder Sect is indeed magical. It can even display such speed. Lin Xian could also evolve the thunder and lightning wings. However, he knew that his evolution speed would not be as fast as Shangguan Hao's. Only by mastering a certain secret skill could one display their speed to the extreme. I really want to fight with him. Lin Xian's blood was boiling. After Luo Fei's defeat, the true dragon qi in his body had dissipated. At that moment, Shangguan Hao's silver armor was mostly covered with golden light. At that moment, the golden light on his body had surpassed that of Lin Xian and Yun Hai. He had become the most powerful among the rising stars. Junior brother Shangguan, you did well. Based on your performance, you can definitely enter the top 30. The young man with the afro from the Thunder sect laughed. Top 30? My goal is to be in the top 10. Shangguan Hao said proudly. My goal is to be on par with eldest senior brother. Shangguan Hao from the Thunder sect had obtained a complete victory. However, the rising star of the Yun family, Yun Hai, was not so lucky. He had encountered Lei Zhen. Yun Hai displayed the misty cloud sword technique to the extreme. Behind him, clouds and mist filled the air. His aura was no weaker than Yun Feng's. At the same time, he also displayed the cloud will to form an even more powerful attack. Facing one of the top 5 talents, he did not dare to relax. He used his most powerful move right from the start. Misty Cloud Sword. As the sword slashed out, the clouds in the sky moved rapidly. The sword radiance was fleeting and the cloud was surging. This move was enough to kill an ordinary martial artist in the spirit transformation realm. However, Lei Zhen only snorted coldly. On his back, a pair of lightning wings that were almost 100 meters long appeared and streaked across the sky. As the lightning flashed, the clouds and mist were cut open. Wherever the lightning passed, a deep trench appeared on the black gold ground. Boom! Yun Hai was enveloped by the lightning and fell powerlessly. His chest was charred black. Facing the lightning wings, he felt a strong sense of powerlessness. It was too fast. It was so fast that he could not dodge it. Moreover, this was under the condition that Lei Zhen had held back. Otherwise, that attack just now would have been enough to cut open his body. Everyone was shocked. They were even more in awe of Lei Zhen. Even someone as powerful as Yun Hai could not withstand a single attack from Lei Zhen. Perhaps only the top 5 talents could contend with him. Lin Xian's face was grave. The lightning wings had given him a chill down his spine. Chapter 461. Lei Zhen's speed was too fast, and he could only capture a bit of the lightning aura. Obviously, this was not enough for him to comprehend the concept of lightning. However, he believed that as long as he could fight with the disciples of the lightning sect, he would soon be able to condense the concept of lightning. Thinking of this, he temporarily put aside his comprehension of lightning and continued to absorb the black dragon flames. As the fire-attributed energy in his body increased, Lin Xian gradually had a new idea in his mind. That was elemental fusion. For example, lightning and fire elemental fusion, wind and lightning elemental fusion, wind and fire elemental fusion. He had once used the black scabbard to fuse the wind and lightning elemental fusion, and its power definitely exceeded that of a single elemental power. If he could fuse the 2 violent powers of lightning and fire, the terrifying energy attack would reach an unimaginable level. He had already begun to experiment. He could now use the power of wind and lightning, but he was still experimenting with the power of lightning and fire. On the ancient battle platform, the competition quickly progressed. In the 4th arena, Dongfang Xiong let out an angry roar. Golden light surged from his body and dyed his red blood with a layer of golden light. That violent energy tore the air apart and filled the sky with golden light. A blurry figure condensed behind him and seemed to emit a power that made one's heart palpitate. Even so, he still couldn't defeat his opponent, because his opponent was one of the 4 great prodigies, Yan Shan. Yan Shan's fingers moved as he controlled 2 puppets to fight Dongfang Xiong. He had a mocking expression on his face. Obviously, he didn't care about this competition at all. Of the 2 puppets, one was a mummy with a metallic luster, and the other was a huge scorpion. The two puppets were as fast as ghosts as they attacked Dongfang Xiong together. Only Dongfang Xiong's strong defense could resist the attacks of the two puppets. Otherwise, even a mid-stage spirit transformation realm cultivator would find it difficult to resist. Even so, Dongfang Xiong was still injured. The huge purple scorpion's stinger slid and formed a strange light that instantly left a wound on Dongfang Xiong's body. A ball of pale golden blood flew out and shone faintly in the air. The blood was absorbed by the huge bandage behind Yan Shan. The package wrapped in bandages trembled slightly, as if it was very excited. "What's in the bandage?" Everyone was shocked. They felt a heart-trembling power from it. But no one knew what it was, because no one could make Yan Shan use the thing behind him. Perhaps only the other 3 geniuses had the ability to do so. Every time Yan Shan fought someone, he would absorb the blood of his opponent. However, this time, the bag on his back actually emitted an excited fluctuation after absorbing Dongfang Xiong's blood. He actually possesses the power of the bloodline. Yan Shan's eyes flashed with a cruel light as he licked his lips. Then he stretched out his hand, and a pitch-black iron pipe extended from his palm, instantly rushing towards Dongfang Xiong. The black pipe drew a black arc in the air and instantly arrived in front of Dongfang Xiong. Dongfang Xiong's expression changed drastically. He stomped his foot and dodged to the side. However, the huge purple scorpion puppet used its 2 poisonous pincers to tightly clamp onto the eastern wind bear, causing him to be unable to move. Puff! The black tube was inserted into Dongfang Xiong's shoulder and quickly absorbed his blood. Streams of faint golden blood flowed out quickly, and the golden figure behind Dongfang Xiong also began to dim. Scram! The eastern wind bear roared into the sky and merged with the shadow behind him. Instantly, a shocking power burst forth. Bang! The puppet scorpion's poisonous pincers were broken in 2. Dongfang Xiong quickly moved away from the black pipe. Then he let out a sigh of relief. In that instant, he felt as if he was facing death. However, Yan Shan didn't seem to want to let Dongfang Xiong go. His peach arm swayed, and the black pipe quickly pierced towards him. "I admit defeat," Dongfang Xiong said. He had no choice. That black pipe was too strange. It could absorb the blood in his body. Moreover, losing to the 4 prodigies wasn't shameful. The fact that he could last for so long already proved his strength. Although Dongfang Xiong admitted defeat, Yan Shan didn't stop. The black pipe instantly arrived in front of Dongfang Xiong again. The audience below the stage exclaimed. They didn't know why Yan Shan was collecting the blood, but they knew that he must be plotting something. It seemed that Dongfang Xiong's blood was special and had been targeted. Fortunately, the judge acted in time and knocked the black pipe away. Yan Shan's expression was gloomy. He sneered and stared at the judge with his cold eyes. Everyone was shocked. What was Yan Shan planning to do? Did he dare to attack the judge? The spirit-detecting judge snorted coldly and emitted a powerful aura. Yan Shan's eyes flashed. In the end, he didn't make a move. However, he coldly looked at Dongfang Xiong and let out a sinister laugh. Dongfang Xiong's body tensed up. He felt as if he was being stared at by a devil. The surrounding warriors were even more alarmed. They didn't dare to look Yan Shan in the eye. Lin Xian also saw this scene and frowned. Firstly, he was worried about Dongfang Xiong's injuries. Secondly, he felt an extremely uncomfortable, palpitating feeling from the bandage on Yan Shan's back. What's inside? Lin Xian was puzzled. It doesn't seem like a puppet. I can sense signs of life, Lord Alcohol said with a voice transmission. I don't know what it is exactly. That white bandage has a mystical power that can block soul perception. The 4 prodigies are indeed terrifying. Lin Xian sighed. The competition continued. Soon it was his turn again. This time his opponent was the youth with the afro from the lightning sect. After seeing his opponent, Lin Xian finally smiled. He had finally met a disciple of the lightning sect. From the looks of it, his concept of lightning would be formed soon. When Song Ke saw Lin Xian, he sneered. Previously, Lin Xian's provocation had infuriated them. Now he finally had the chance to teach Lin Xian a lesson. Kid, you have guts. How dare you provoke our lightning sect? Now, you will pay the price for your foolish actions. Lightning surged from Song Ke's body and condensed into a tiger's head. As he opened his palms, a lightning tiger bathed in lightning appeared in the air. It roared as it charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't draw his star extinction sword. He had already made up his mind. Once he fought a disciple of the lightning sect, he would absorb as much lightning as possible to evolve his silver lightning body. The devouring power enveloped his body. Silver lightning bloomed from Lin Xian's body as he quickly used his silver lightning body to face the ferocious lightning tiger. Damn, is this kid crazy? He's not dodging? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to make such a move. The disciples of the lightning sect sneered. Song Ke was ranked third among these people. He was extremely powerful. Moreover, he had practiced the Thunder Tiger Fists to the large success stage. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even those martial artists wearing light golden armor wouldn't dare to take his attack head-on. Under everyone's questioning gazes, the terrifying Thunder Tiger Fists crashed towards Lin Xian and enveloped him. It's over. This kid is dead for sure. Is his brain cramping? He actually dared to take it head-on. With his speed, he should be able to dodge it. Everyone shook their heads. They didn't know why Lin Xian was so stupid. Chapter 462. Hua Fei and the rest turned pale with fright. In the arena, Song Ke sneered. What an idiot. However, his smile froze in the next moment. The blue lightning that filled the sky disappeared quickly, and so did the lightning tiger. The silver light on Lin Xian's body shone brightly, forming a terrifying aura. What? He's fine. It was unbelievable that he could withstand the Thunder Tiger Fist. Was he still human? The disciples of the lightning sect were even more shocked. They knew the power of the Thunder Tiger Fist. With Lin Xian's strength, there was no way he could withstand it. However, not only did Lin Xian catch it, he was also unscathed. He was not hurt at all. This strange phenomenon shocked them. Even Lei Zhen's brows were tightly knitted together. In the arena, silver lightning flashed like a silver dragon. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He had absorbed all the lightning energy. Such pure lightning energy, as expected of a disciple of the lightning sect. He was satisfied. However, Song Ke's face darkened. Lin Xian withstood the Thunder Tiger Fist unscathed. Song Ke's face was as black as an iron pot. Damn it! What did he do? How could he ignore my Thunder Tiger Fist? I don't care. I have to finish him off, quickly. Otherwise, I'll lose all my face. Song Ke's face darkened. As he moved, lightning gathered on his limbs, forming a giant tiger claw. He slammed it toward Lin Xian. The claw easily tore through the air. However, Lin Xian did not dodge. He continued to take the Thunder Tiger Claw head-on. The sword of devouring in his body spun quickly. It absorbed the lightning he touched and turned it into pure lightning energy to strengthen his body. What? Again? Song Ke's eyes narrowed when he saw Xian ignore his lightning attack again. Ah! He roared into the sky and quickly gathered a giant lightning energy ball. He threw it downward. Boom! The terrifying thunder lightning ball instantly enveloped Lin Xian, forming a gigantic circular lightning arc above the entire arena, covering the entire area. Humph! That's what you get for being so arrogant. Now that you've been hit by my lightning energy ball, you have no chance of surviving. Song Ke laughed loudly. Everyone was silent. This energy ball was too terrifying. It was enough to blast away several nearing transformation intermediate stage martial artists. Lin Xian would definitely not be able to take it. The disciples of the lightning sect were jubilant. How dare you go against our lightning sect? You're overestimating yourself. Shangguan Hao also sneered. How can he be called a rising star with such a level? However, Lei Zhen's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. His gaze was like lightning as he looked towards the stage. He could sense that Lin Xian's aura had not weakened. Soon, everyone realized that something was amiss. Shangguan Hao's face darkened when he saw Lin Xian unscathed with his black hair fluttering in the wind. He had just mocked Lin Xian's strength, but now Lin Xian had actually appeared unscathed. This was clearly a slap to his face. Humph! Shangguan Hao's face turned cold. In the arena, Song Ke fell into great shock. As a genius disciple of the lightning sect, he had gone through countless battles. He had even fought with the 5 great talents before. However, there had never been a battle like this one. It was too strange. All his attacks seemed to have lost their effect and could not cause any damage. For a moment, he wondered if he had fallen into an illusion. Lin Xian absorbed a large amount of lightning and was in a good mood. He looked up at Song Ke in the sky and smiled. I say, did you not eat? The power of lightning is so weak. If you really can't do it, why don't you get someone else? Although Lin Xian's voice was not loud, it spread clearly in all directions. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. This kid was too arrogant. The disciples of the lightning sect were even more furious. Among them, Shangguan Hao's body surged with lightning. He could not wait to jump into the arena and fight with Lin Xian. Song Ke was so angry that his body trembled. The lightning on his body formed a terrifying aura. Kid, you've completely angered me. No one can save you today. With that, he pulled out a long spear from his storage ring. It was a dark, golden spear with intricate patterns engraved on it. It emitted a fierce aura. With the long spear in hand, Song Ke's aura rose again. Since the lightning could not hurt Lin Xian, he planned to attack with a weapon. He did not believe that a mid-grade spiritual treasure could not hurt his opponent. Lightning surrounded his feet. Song Ke turned into a bolt of lightning and stabbed at Lin Xian. On the tip of the spear, a terrifying spinning force of lightning formed. The attack was enough to pierce through any defense. Seeing Song Ke take the initiative to attack, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He tapped his feet lightly and used the illusory demon steps to quickly dodge the amazing spear. Then he reached out and grabbed the spear shaft. Go to hell! Song Ke did not expect Lin Xian to dare grab his weapon. He immediately roared in anger. The lightning in the sky condensed into a huge lightning saw and fell mercilessly. The devouring sword in his body spun quickly and began to absorb the lightning on Song Ke's body. Not good. Retreat. Lei Zhen suddenly shouted from below. He's absorbing your lightning. What? Absorbing lightning? Everyone was shocked and looked at the arena in disbelief. The disciples of the lightning sect were also surprised. Even they did not dare to casually absorb the lightning of others. But Lin Xian was so bold. Was he not afraid of being injured by the violent lightning? Lei Zhen's face was gloomy. He had been suspicious from the beginning. Only now did he confirm that Lin Xian was indeed absorbing the lightning on Song Ke's body. This guy must be trying to strengthen his body. As one of the 5 talents, Lei Zhen had sharp eyes. He could see Lin Xian's intention at a glance. Crown Prince Heavenly Flame looked at the arena and revealed a playful smile for the first time. You dare to absorb the lightning? Interesting, but you're too weak. You're not worth my time. With Lin Xian's current strength, Crown Prince Heavenly Flame did not put him in his eyes. In the arena, Song Ke was terrified. In fact, he did not need Lei Zhen's reminder. He already knew that Lin Xian was absorbing his lightning. That was because the lightning in his body was out of control and was crazily rushing into Lin Xian's body. What is this guy trying to do? How can he absorb so much lightning? Isn't he afraid of his body exploding? Song Ke was shocked. He wanted to abandon his spear and retreat, but he realized that Lin Xian had already grabbed him. Retreat! At this moment, he no longer had the intention to attack. He only wanted to stay far away from Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian would not give up such a good opportunity. He used the illusory demon steps and stuck close to Song Quebec. Every time they clashed, Lin Xian would absorb a part of Song Kei's lightning. In the end, Song Kei's aura became weaker and weaker. He was no longer Lin Xian's opponent. I admit defeat. Song Kei shouted in fear. He did not dare to continue the fight. There was only 1/3 of the lightning left in his body. If he continued the fight, his lightning would be sucked dry. Hearing that Song Kei had admitted defeat, Lin Xian could only stop attacking. Feeling the power of thunder and lightning in his body, he sighed softly. Song Kei was strong, but the lightning he provided was not enough to evolve Silver Thunder Constitution. Thinking of this, Lin Xian could only leave the arena. Chapter 463. After devouring Song Kei's true dragon qi, Lin Xian's body shone with golden light again. Most of his silver armor was covered with golden light, just a little bit away from becoming a real light golden armor. The crowd was amazed. Lin Xian's strength had exceeded their expectations once again. The disciples of the Thunder Sect were even more frightened. A martial artist who was not afraid of lightning and could even absorb it was the nemesis of the disciples of the Thunder Sect. Lin Xian's ability to absorb lightning had indeed shocked everyone, especially the disciples of the Thunder Sect. He was their nemesis. Many of the disciples of the Thunder Sect looked at Lin Xian with deep fear. They did not want to fight with such an opponent. Lei Zhen's face was gloomy as he looked at Lin Xian with a cold, murderous intent. Shangguan Hao, who was beside him, was furious. He took a step forward and his aura exploded. Nemesis of the Thunder Sect? I can kill you with one hand. He stared at Lin Xian, wishing that he could fight with him for 300 rounds. Facing Shangguan Hao's fierce gaze, Lin Xian was still fearless. He had just tasted the sweetness of victory from Song Kei and was eager to fight with the disciples of the Thunder Sect. Their gazes collided, creating countless sparks in the air as if swords were clashing. At this moment, the armor on their bodies vibrated. Then, under the guidance of the true dragon qi, the two flew into the arena. What? The crowd was shocked. They had never seen such a thing. Could it be a coincidence? No, it should be their battle intent that affected the true dragon qi. Could it be? The crowd was surprised. In the Green Dragon Assembly, it was not easy to fight with anyone. The battle was completely based on the guidance of the true dragon qi. That was why they were surprised. In the arena, Shangguan Hao laughed. It seems that the heavens are helping me. Kid, this time I'll let you know the power of the disciples of the Thunder Sect. I can kill you with one slap. It seems that your lightning energy is pure. I hope it can satisfy me. Lin Xian said calmly. The crowd was excited. They did not expect the two dark horses to meet. It was definitely going to be an intense battle. Who do you think will win? If it was in the past, it would definitely be Shangguan Hao. His strength is much stronger than Lin Xian's. But now, Lin Xian can actually absorb the lightning. Maybe he can win. There was a lot of discussion below the stage. Most people were optimistic about Lin Xian because the way he absorbed the lightning energy was too strange. Shangguan Hao roared to the sky. His whole body was covered with lightning, which condensed into a pair of huge lightning wings behind him. He was about to go mad with anger. As the number one dark horse of the third arena, he didn't take anyone seriously. But now, everyone actually looked down on him. He couldn't accept this. Only by killing Lin Xian could he once again prove his strength. The thunder wings vibrated, and Shangguan Hao disappeared. The next moment he appeared beside Lin Xian. The enormous lightning wings were like heavenly blades, abnormally sharp. They quickly swept past Lin Xian and cut him in half. Dead. Everyone was shocked. No, it's an illusion. At this moment, the body that was cut in half disappeared instantly, and Lin Xian's real body appeared in another place. The thunder wings were powerful, but his illusory demonic steps was not to be trifled with. Moving his body again, Lin Xian rushed toward Shangguan Hao. This time, he must condense the golden thunder body. Shangguan Hao was so angry that he laughed. I'd like to see how much lightning you can absorb. Thunder essence. Around him, countless blue lightning arcs formed a strange energy that enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, a 100-meter tall thunder hammer appeared behind him, emitting a violent aura. As soon as Lin Xian approached, he felt the strong impact of the thunder essence. In an instant, the silver lightning on his body was suppressed. The lightning that contained the thunder essence was many times more powerful. Even if he had the devouring sword, he didn't dare to absorb too much. Seeing Lin Xian's state, Shangguan Hao laughed wildly. I thought you were powerful, but this is all you have. You're defeated. Shangguan Hao waved the thunder hammer and smashed it down. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Shangguan Hao to be so violent and domineering that he could suppress Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was capable of absorbing lightning. No wonder he's the #1 dark horse. His combat strength is terrifying. It seems that Shangguan Hao will win this match. The disciples of the Thunder Sect were all excited, waving their arms and shouting. The power in Lin Xian's body burst out. He couldn't compete with Shangguan Hao with the silver thunder body alone, so he quickly displayed the wind essence. The surrounding air froze as if it was under Lin Xian's control. His body was like a wisp of smoke, passing by the thunder hammer and constantly moving around Shangguan Hao. The huge thunder hammer fell, causing the entire arena to tremble. The violent power was like waves hitting a huge rock, spreading in all directions. Even a warrior in the early stage of the spirit transformation realm would be easily torn apart. Lin Xian was like a sailboat of the Thunder Sea sect, constantly swaying. However, he completely resisted the thunder essence. What? He resisted it? This is the wind essence. Lin Xian actually has the wind essence. Everyone was shocked. After resisting the thunder essence, Lin Xian no longer held back his cultivation. The aura of the spirit transformation realm suddenly burst out. At the same time, the silver thunder body on his body flashed, forming a whirlpool-like thunder pattern, quickly absorbing the surrounding lightning. Spirit transformation realm. He's a warrior in the spirit transformation realm. Has he been suppressing his cultivation before? Everyone went crazy. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful backup. At the same time, this also proved his strength. Lin Xian had won more than a dozen matches in a row and finished them easily. Now, he was finally forced to show his trump card. The early stage of the spirit transformation realm and the wind essence. Is this your trump card? Shangguan Hao sneered. In front of me, you can't withstand a single blow. Thunder God's fury. Shangguan Hao floated in the air, holding the huge Thunder God's hammer. Dozens of terrifying thunderbolts fell down around him. Unsheathing the star extinction sword, Lin Xian slashed up. The terrifying sword light surged and split the thunderbolt in half. At the same time, the silver whirlpool on his body spun quickly, absorbing the surrounding lightning. Sword chi crisscrossed and lightning danced. The terrifying momentum attracted everyone in the surroundings. Not only the third arena, but the warriors in the other arenas were also alarmed. In the past, this kind of fierce battle would only appear in the Azure Dragon Genius ranking battle. Unexpectedly, it appeared in the preliminaries. Except for a few top experts, everyone else had a serious expression. This kind of battle power made their hearts palpitate. Especially the newcomers who were participating this time, they all felt powerless. In the ancient city, the 5 venerables whispered, "That Lin Xian is really strange. He can actually absorb lightning." I think he's most likely a remnant of the Black Dragon cult. Venerable Qi, Hua snorted. Why does his footwork look so familiar? It's very similar to the Earth-rank footwork of the Dragon Star Nation. It seems that this kid has a lot of secrets. Not only is he related to Lung Ningxuang, but he also seems to have obtained the inheritance of the evil king. Why don't we capture him now? Venerable Qi, Hua snorted. Chapter 464. Don't worry. If he is really a spy, he will show himself when the real Dragon Qi comes out. Venerable Green Lotus was like an experienced hunter, waiting for his prey to enter the cage. At this time, the collision in the arena became more intense. Lin Xian quickly absorbed the power of thunder and lightning while fighting with Shangguan Hao. At the same time, he also comprehended the essence of thunder. However, the golden thunder body was more difficult than he had imagined. The thunder and lightning energy needed was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. On the contrary, Lin Xian felt that he was about to break through the essence of thunder. Shangguan Hao waved the thunder hammer in his hand crazily, but he was very shocked. Lin Xian's means were completely out of his expectation. As time went by, Lin Xian's thunder and lightning power became more and more powerful, while his became weaker and weaker. Although the spiritual qi around him was replenishing, he would definitely be defeated in a long time. It seems that I can only use that move. Shangguan Hao gritted his teeth and then quickly merged with the thunder hammer in the air and the thunder wings behind him. Buzz! The air trembled, and a huge ball of thunder and lightning wrapped around him. Lin Xian frowned. He felt an amazing energy from the ball of thunder and lightning. It seemed that his opponent had used an extremely powerful trump card. Before he could react, the ball of thunder and lightning had exploded, and Shangguan Hao's figure appeared in front of everyone again. At this time, Shangguan Hao was covered with a layer of thunder and lightning armor, and the thunder wings behind him had shrunk to about 1 meter. The huge thunder hammer had also become the size of an ordinary weapon, but its aura had become more powerful. Moreover, there was a thunder horn on his forehead, which was entwined with ancient thunder and lightning patterns. After the transformation, Shangguan Hao's aura was extremely powerful, almost 50% stronger than before. The thunder wings behind him vibrated, and he disappeared in an instant. So fast, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He moved quickly and left his original position. However, the thunder hammer had already fallen. He had no choice but to block it with his sword. Boom! The horrible power of thunder and lightning sent him flying. The essence of thunder turned into a thunder snake and drilled into his body. What? Lin Xian was sent flying. What kind of secret skill is this? It's horrible. Shangguan Hao has become so powerful. Everyone was shocked. Shangguan Hao's strength had increased so much that it had completely surpassed Lin Xian's. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp sword light. In the next moment, a shocking sword will erupted from his body. Dazzling sword will surged and swept across the void. Shangguan Hao moved quickly, but the sword essence was too horrifying. It shrouded him directly. He could only sweep the thunder and lightning hammer in his hand horizontally, forming a ring of thunder and lightning that attacked the sword light that filled the sky. Dozens of sword qi fell at the same time, and the terrifying sword will showed its power. Shangguan Hao's body trembled, and he was about to fall. What? No way! Lin Xian still has the strength to fight back? This is sword intent. This guy actually has such a shocking sword intent. The Cloud Tribe disciples' expression turned serious. As a Kendo clan, there were only a handful of people who had comprehended sword intent. They would be extra cautious when facing a swordsman with sword intent. Other than the Yun family, the disciples of the Shui family and the Xia family were also paying close attention. The disciples of the Thunder sect were even more shocked. To be honest, Lin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. Perhaps only Lei Zhen could completely suppress him. Lei Zhen looked at the sky and whispered, I didn't expect Shangguan Hao to be forced to this point. Is he forced to use his last trump card? Previously, he did not think highly of Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian had taken out shocking trump cards time and time again, forcing Shangguan Hao into a desperate situation. As expected, Shangguan Hao felt the terrifying sword will and the corner of his mouth twitched. He had used all his trump cards. Now he was only left with the bloodline power. Originally, he wanted to use it after the Green Dragon Genius battle. Now, it seemed that he had to use it early. You're really powerful to be able to force me to this point. But let's stop here, Shangguan Hao said in a low voice. Then, a strange force was rapidly awakening in his body. In the next moment, streaks of ancient thunder runes appeared on his body and covered his entire body. Moreover, the thunder armor on his body also changed. In the end, it seemed to have turned into a thunder ancient beast. A terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings, and the entire space seemed to freeze. Everyone's bodies tensed up as they felt the pressure coming from their bodies. It was as if the blood in their bodies had frozen. Shangguan Hao's originally pitch-black eyes turned into the color of lightning. He stared intently at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body trembled slightly. He felt the pressure coming from the depths of his bloodline. It was as if he was not facing a human, but an ancient ferocious beast. Instantly, the blood in his body slowed down. What a terrifying bloodline power! Lin Xian was shocked. He felt the changes in his body and was alarmed. He had never encountered such a situation before. The bloodline power is the power of inheritance. The pressure of a high-level bloodline is enough to crush everything. This is the benefit of the bloodline power. Not only can it strengthen oneself, but it can also weaken the opponent, Lord Alcohol said. But you don't have to worry. Although you don't have the bloodline power, you have the sword of devouring. It's enough to contend with the bloodline power. Indeed, it was difficult for ordinary people to contend with the bloodline power, but Lin Xian was different. He had grasped the sword of devouring. Although it was damaged, its power was beyond imagination. Although Shangguan Hao's bloodline power was powerful, it wasn't enough to immobilize Lin Xian. He took a deep breath and secretly circulated the sword of devouring the bloodline pressure. Feeling the blood and spiritual energy in his body return to normal, Lin Xian exclaimed. As expected of the sword of devouring, it could even devour something as intangible as pressure. His eyes focused as he circulated the lightning. Immediately, lightning surged around him as an inexplicable power appeared. Concept of lightning. He actually comprehended the concept of lightning. Lin Xian hadn't comprehended the concept of lightning before, but now he was able to use it. This could only mean that Lin Xian had just comprehended it, comprehending it in battle. Such talent was too terrifying. One had to know that concepts were not cabbages. It was not something that anyone could comprehend just because they wanted to. Moreover, Lin Xian had already displayed 3 concepts, which really shocked everyone. Even Shangguan Hao was slightly stunned. He used the bloodline power and thought that he could crush Lin Xian. However, he didn't expect that not only did Lin Xian break the bloodline pressure, but he also comprehended the concept of lightning. Looking at Lin Xian, Shangguan Hao was jealous. Except for the lack of the bloodline power, Lin Xian's strength and talent were monstrous. Die! Shangguan Hao shouted angrily. He wouldn't allow a genius who surpassed him to exist. The lightning patterns on his body shone as his bloodline surged. The thunderbolt hammer carried the bloodline pressure and the concept of lightning. It attacked Lin Xian mercilessly. At this moment, he was like the god of thunder, mighty and extraordinary. Lin Xian's aura changed greatly, like a divine sword being unsheathed. He activated the wind and thunder concepts at the same time and quickly merged them to form the power of wind and thunder. Chapter 465. Wind Thunder Slash. With a slash, The entire arena was drowned in the power of wind and thunder. Strong winds blew and thunder surged, forming a terrifying momentum. The violent energy exploded and drowned Lin Xian and Shang Guanhao. The crowd couldn't see clearly and could only wait anxiously. When everything dissipated, Lin Xian's face was pale as he landed on the ground. Opposite him, Shang Guanhao's thunder armor was shattered and the thunder horn on his forehead was split in half. There was a terrifying sword mark on his neck that almost chopped his head off. Everyone gasped. Shang Guanhao was defeated. Not only that, he almost lost his life. He was the number one dark horse. But he was defeated by Lin Xian. At that moment, the crowd was filled with fear for Lin Xian. After absorbing Shang Guanhao's true dragon energy, Lin Xian's silver armor changed. The silver light on it faded and was replaced by a faint golden light. Shang Guanhao's body was trembling as he was filled with endless fear. That slash made him feel the pressure of death. Although he didn't want to believe it, he still lost. The disciples of Thunder Sect were dumbfounded. They couldn't accept this result. Lei Zhen's face was gloomy as a strong killing intent emerged from his body. Together with the violent thunder and lightning, it formed a shocking, killing aura. At that moment, all the martial artists around the third arena were trembling as they felt a tremor from their souls. It's over. Lei Zhen is angry. I'm afraid Lin Xian is in trouble. Lei Zhen was indeed angry. Lin Xian had injured two of Thunder Sect's geniuses, and Shang Guanhao had suffered a serious sword injury. He wanted to cripple Lin Xian, but not now. He would let Lin Xian know how powerful the Thunder Sect was during the Green Dragon Genius Tournament. Many martial artists were gloating. They couldn't wait for Lei Zhen to kill Lin Xian immediately so that they would have one less competitor. However, there were also many people who were worried for Lin Xian. Zhao Xue's white robe fluttered as a trace of worry appeared on her peerless face. Leng Yidao, Dong Fengxiong, and the rest also looked over with concern. Feeling Lei Zhen's killing intent, Lin Xian's heart trembled. However, he was not afraid. Firstly, he had grasped 70% sword intent, and his might was second only to the heavenly sword goddess, Zhou Jining. Moreover, he had already comprehended the concept of lightning, and his strength had greatly improved compared to before. Moreover, he began to experiment with new attacks. As long as he could fuse a few types of concepts, his strength would increase by a large margin. At that time, he would not be afraid of Lei Zhen. Lin Xian ignored Lei Zhen's murderous gaze as he sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to cultivate. Lin Xian separated a strand of his soul to control the devouring sword to continue devouring the black dragon flames. He then focused most of his attention on fusing the attribute energy. He could already easily fuse the power of wind and thunder. What he wanted to try next was the fusion of thunder and fire, as well as the fusion of the concepts of wind and thunder. The lightning and fire energies in his body clashed against each other, creating a great resistance. It was as if they were born unable to fuse together. Lin Xian used his soul power to sense the surroundings and tried every possibility. In the outside world, everyone was still in a state of shock. After Lin Xian defeated Shang Guanhao, he became the biggest dark horse in the third arena. The situation in the other three arenas was not so clear. Most of them had several geniuses fighting side by side. In the first arena, Leng Yidao displayed 50% saber intent. His terrifying attacks were swift and fierce to the extreme. Anyone who fought against him was sent flying by his saber. The Xie family's genius, Xie Yijian, had a sword technique that no one could match. Until now, no one had seen how he attacked. The Eastern Bear's divine power was monstrous, and his strength was incomparable. The wounds on his body had already healed, leaving only a small scar. This kind of terrifying self-healing ability was shocking. It must be the power of his bloodline. Lin Xian carefully observed the situation in the arena while cultivating to increase his strength. At this time, Iron Hand's voice sounded in his mind. Lei Zhen's concept of lightning has probably reached 70%. If you are not confident, don't fight with him. Iron Hand reminded. After all, the violent power of lightning was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, they could be seriously injured. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. Iron Hand then said, "There's one more thing to be careful of. The Martial Alliance seems to be investigating your identity." Investigating me? Lin Xian was stunned. The Martial Alliance was a top force. Why would they investigate a nameless kid like him? It seems to be related to the Black Dragon sect. Be careful. I've already informed sect leader Lung. No matter what, you're our Great Flag sect's benefactor. Lin Xian frowned when he heard that, although he did not know why the Martial Alliance was investigating him, since it was related to the Black Dragon sect and had alarmed a powerhouse like Venerable Lord Lung. It must be very serious. By then, he would not know what was going on. Before he figured it out, he could only be careful. Hey, look, Yuan and Prince Tianhua are fighting. Just as Lin Xian and Iron Hand were talking, the arena changed again. The crowd was shocked and went crazy. The entire ancient city was in a frenzy. Countless spectators were shouting, and their voices were loud. The two of them were definitely the top existences in the Azure Dragon Gathering. Their battle must be very exciting. Lin Xian stopped what he was doing and looked toward the arena. Prince Tianhua stood proudly. Countless flames rose from his body and intertwined with each other. On the side, Yuan waved his hands, and a bright moon appeared behind him, emitting a silver radiance. Facing Prince Tianhua, he did not hold back and used his strongest attack right from the start. A silver metallic luster appeared on his huge palm. It was like a silver armored arm. It covered the sky and slammed down on Prince Tianhua. A silver moon rose behind him and slashed at Prince Tianhua. Its power had reached the limit of the spirit transformation realm. At the same time, two rays of light shot out from his eyes. A strange and unpredictable illusion shrouded Prince Tianhua. The physical and spiritual attacks intertwined, causing the spiritual energy in the arena to fluctuate wildly. A terrifying killing intent spread out. Plop, plop. A few martial artists who were closer to the arena were accidentally hit by the illusion and fell to the ground. The scene made everyone's heart tremble. As expected of one of the 5 great families, they were already so far away, but they could still be affected by the illusion. One could imagine the pressure Prince Tianhua was under. Lei Zhan, Bingling, Xiaoyaozi, and the others were also shocked. They were powerful, but most of their attacks were physical. They were wary of Yuan's terrifying and strange soul attack. Looking at the power of the illusion, it's much stronger than the previous gathering. It seems like Yuan's strength has increased a lot. Below, Lin Xian was also shocked. Yuan's illusion had completely surpassed his. If he did not use the great dragon sword intent, it would be difficult for him to resist the illusion. Prince Tianhua's face was cold as he faced the physical and spiritual attacks. The spiritual energy in his body jumped and turned into a fire dragon that roared ferociously. Suddenly, a blazing aura shrouded the surroundings as if it was going to burn everything. 8 fire dragon shadows appeared behind Prince Tianhua. They circled around each other and formed a mysterious pattern. In an instant, the illusion attacks and the silver moon palm were all burned into nothingness. What is this? What a terrifying aura! Chapter 466. That flame seemed to be able to burn one's soul. Prince Heavenly Flame was too terrifying. His aura wasn't any weaker than a spirit detecting realm martial artist. Everyone's heart trembled. The 8 fire dragons behind him roared ferociously, forming a terrifying dragon flame that charged towards Yu Yan. In the next moment, Yu Yan was severely injured. The silver moon behind him shattered, and he was sent flying. Everyone was stunned. One punch, just one punch, and one of the 5 heroes Yu Yan was sent flying. It wasn't that Yu Yan was weak, but that Prince Heavenly Flame was too terrifying. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yu Yan's expression became very ugly. His strength had increased by several folds compared to 10 years ago, but he still couldn't withstand a punch from Prince Heavenly Flame. It was as if no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up to him. This feeling of helplessness made him despair. However, as a hero, his ability to accept failure was still very strong. In a moment, he walked out from the shadow of failure, and his expression returned to normal. Since he couldn't defeat a prodigy, then he would fight for the number 1 spot among the heroes. Thinking of this, Yu Yan's eyes lit up again. However, Prince Heavenly Flame revealed a disappointed expression. He didn't care about the others and looked at Infinite Tyrant. Only Infinite Tyrant was worthy of him going all out. Prince Heavenly Flame looked at Infinite Tyrant, and the 8 Desolation flaming dragon diagram behind him became more solid. Sensing Prince Heavenly Flame's battle intent, Infinite Tyrant snorted coldly. He stood up and released an aura that looked down on the world. 2 invisible forces clashed, tearing the void apart. The terrifying power made everyone tremble. Fortunately, the 2 of them only looked at each other and didn't intend to continue. Oh my God, too terrifying. Just a look can kill a spirit transformation realm martial artist. The rumors are true. The 4 prodigies all have the strength of a spirit detecting realm martial artist. In front of this terrifying aura, the martial artists below couldn't resist at all. On the ancient city, the 5 sovereigns looked at Infinite Tyrant and Prince Heavenly Flame with a satisfied smile. Looking at this aura, Infinite Tyrant had probably reached the 3rd level of the Tyrant River technique. Old Fae, your dominating heaven sect has indeed produced a peerless genius. Hee, Old Man Scarlet Flame, looking at the 8 Desolation flaming dragon diagram behind Jin Wudao. He should have reached the 3rd level. Indeed, ever since he lost to Infinite Tyrant in the last competition, Wudao has been training bitterly all these years. Finally, he has reached the 3rd layer of the 8 Desolation flaming dragon diagram. Paragon Scarlet Flame said with a smile, "Old Fae, I heard that Infinite Tyrant once wanted to break through to the spirit detecting realm. I wonder if he succeeded?" Another sovereign asked. Wuji indeed has the ability to break through, but he didn't do so. You also know that the hegemonic chi of heavens and earth technique requires a sufficient amount of true dragon chi, so he plans to break through immediately after the Green Dragon Gathering. Hearing this, several people sighed in their hearts. Ba Wuji was not even 30 years old, but he had already reached the spirit detecting realm. With his talent, it was very likely that he would reach the Exalt realm before the age of 50. If that was the case, then Infinite Tyrant's future achievements would be limitless. He might even be able to break through to a higher level. One had to know that a martial artist in the spirit detecting realm had a lifespan of over 500 years. Once one reached the Venerable realm, one's lifespan would reach 1,000 years. Therefore, it was very likely that Infinite Tyrant would break through to the realm above the Venerable realm. The competition continued, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The first stage of the competition was nearing its end. Soon, the True Dragon Geniuses would be ranked, and the second stage would be the True Dragon Genius ranking competition. The closer it was to the end, the crazier the battles became. Because this was their last chance, many people used their trump cards and risked their lives. Even if they couldn't compete for the True Dragon Geniuses, fighting with so many geniuses and gaining some experience would be very helpful for the next Green Dragon Gathering. Finally, the first stage came to an end. According to the luster of each martial artist's battle armor, the top 72 were chosen. These 72 martial artists were the True Dragon Geniuses. The 4 huge arenas moved and finally merged together, forming a super large black and gold arena. At this moment, the super arena was emitting a faint light, forming a mysterious force that resonated with the battle armor on each contestant. The 5 colored battle armor on the 4 prodigies shone brightly. The 4 of them were guided by the true dragon chi and quickly arrived on the super arena. Then the 5 prodigies went on stage, followed by the martial artists in golden battle armor. Soon, the arena was filled with more than 20 people. Almost all of them were seniors who had participated in the previous Green Dragon gathering. At this moment, Lin Xian's light golden battle armor vibrated as he was pulled onto the super arena by an unknown force. Then, Leng Yidao, Zhao Shui, Dongfang Xiong, and the others also came onto the arena. Soon, all 72 prodigies were standing on the arena. These 72 points represented the top battle strength of the Tianan region's younger generation. At the same time, they were the future hope of the Tianan region. The martial artists below the arena looked at the 72 people on the super arena with envy. Among them, the disciples of the Deity sect were especially excited. Before this, they never thought that Lin Xian would be able to enter the Green Dragon Geniuses list. Not only did Lin Xian enter, but he also became one of the biggest dark horses. In the spectator stands, Iron Arms nodded continuously. To be honest, Lin Xian's performance was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that Lin Xian's limit was to enter the top 100, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to enter the top 72. Based on the color of his battle armor, he was at least in the top 40. This result had already surpassed the best record of the Deity sect. However, at the same time, he was worried about the pressure from the Martial Alliance. He didn't know why the Martial Alliance wanted to investigate Lin Xian, but he believed that Lin Xian had nothing to do with the Black Dragon sect. In the ancient city, the 5 honorables looked at the super arena with a solemn expression. Are we really not going to stop him? Honorable Chi Hua asked in a deep voice, if he's really a remnant of the Black Dragon sect, we'll be in danger if he obtains the true dragon chi. Don't worry, this is only the beginning of the true dragon chi. The remnant of the Black Dragon sect can't cause any trouble yet. Moreover, we're only suspecting. We don't have any evidence. If Lin Xian isn't a remnant of the Black Dragon sect, and we act rashly, wouldn't we alarm the real Black Dragon sect spy? Don't worry. Before the Green Dragon Genius ranking battle ends, I believe that the remnant of the Black Dragon sect will give himself away. Honorable Green Lotus said. In the super arena, Lin Xian felt the true dragon chi under the ground and was extremely excited. After fighting for so long, he could finally obtain the true dragon chi. Soon, he felt the true dragon chi under the ground vibrate. A strange energy flowed into his body through his feet. Boom! In the next moment, his body was enveloped by the true dragon chi. Not only him, but the 72 green dragon geniuses in the super arena were also enveloped by the true dragon chi. The true dragon chi covered the martial artists' bodies and transformed into the appearance of a true dragon, roaring ferociously. Among them, the true dragon chi on the 4 Skype rides was the strongest. The 5-colored true dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it roared into the sky. Among them, Domineering Infinite's true dragon chi was the strongest, reaching 80 feet. Chapter 467. The other 3 were more than 70 feet long. Behind them were the golden true dragon auras of the 5 heroes, which were about 60 feet long. Lin Xian's faint golden true dragon aura was about 15 feet long. At that moment, he was using the method that Lord Alcohol had taught him to sense and use the true dragon aura in his body. Under the effects of his mystic technique, the true dragon aura in his body spiraled and roared before fusing with the great dragon sword intent. The next moment, his soul seemed to pass through the boundaries of space and time, arriving at a magical place. He saw an ancient building in front of him, as well as an ancient battlefield that was filled with vicissitudes and killing intent. In the deepest part of the battlefield, there was a divine sword stabbed into the ground. On the hilt was a ferocious dragon head with a savage aura. The sword was covered in dragon scales. However, the dragon-shaped divine sword was broken. Lin Xian was alarmed. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, that was the great dragon sword. The great dragon sword is broken. Lin Xian was appalled. He looked again, trying his best to take a closer look. But the next moment, the scene suddenly changed. In a huge palace, there was an ancient altar. Black, prismatic crystals floated around it as they slowly rotated. In the middle was an azure dragon phantom that alternated between a sword and an azure dragon. This is the sword soul of the great dragon sword. Lin Xian took a deep breath, his face filled with shock. At that moment, the true dragon aura in his body became weaker and weaker, and the scene in front of him became more and more blurry. However, just as the scene in front of him was about to disappear, he suddenly saw a figure not far away. It was a young man in a black robe. He had fair skin and was abnormally handsome. The young man stared at the azure dragon phantom with a sinister smile. Suddenly, he looked above the azure dragon phantom and frowned. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't know why there was someone here, and the black-robed young man seemed to have discovered his existence. Fortunately, the true dragon power in his body disappeared the next moment, and the scene in front of him disappeared. Lin Xian's body trembled as he came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that his forehead and back were covered in cold sweat. The black-robed young man's eyes were too sharp, as though they could pierce through him. "How was it? Did you see it?" Lord Alcohol asked. Lin Xian used his soul strength to communicate and showed Lord Alcohol everything he saw. Lord Alcohol fell silent after seeing this. "I know what you want to ask, but I don't know. When I was still in the outside world, the great dragon's sword didn't have a core, and the sword body and sword spirit were still together. I don't know why, but the sword spirit left, and the great dragon's sword broke. As for that black-robed young man, I don't recognize him either. However, he was actually able to find the location of the great dragon sword spirit. That is truly astonishing. Then will he obtain the great dragon sword?" Lin Xian asked worriedly. He had struggled for so long for the great dragon sword. It could be said that the great dragon sword was related to his future. Not only was it his capital to become stronger, but it was also his hope to save his family. Don't worry, although he found the great dragon sword, according to the scene just now, he won't be able to get close to the great dragon sword's sword soul in a short period of time. So you still have a chance. Hearing this, Lin Xian finally relaxed. In this Azure Dragon Society, he had to obtain enough true dragon chi. He had to obtain the exact location of the great dragon sword. The first stage of the Azure Dragon Society's elimination round had ended. Next was the second stage of the True Dragon Genius ranking battle. The ranking battle was also known as the Challenge Battle. According to the amount of True Dragon Chi in each participant's body, they would be ranked accordingly. From the last place to the first place, they would be challenged one by one. Every participant had 3 chances to challenge. If a martial artist won consecutively, it would count as a chance. If a martial artist with a lower ranking challenged a martial artist with a higher ranking, if he won, he would directly replace the opponent's ranking. On the other hand, if a martial artist with a higher ranking failed, he would lose the corresponding ranking. Hearing the rules of the competition, the 72 Azure Dragon geniuses in the Super Arena became excited and began to size up the surrounding participants. They only had 3 chances, so they had to formulate a challenge plan. This way, they would be able to obtain more True Dragon Chi and a better ranking. Soon, everyone's initial ranking was revealed. Among the 4 prodigies, the first was still Infinite Tyrant, and the second was Heavenly Sword Goddess Zhou Jianying. The third was Prince Heavenly Flame, and the fourth was Yan Shan. These 4 people's initial ranking was the same as last year, and there was no change. After the four of them, it was the five prodigies ranking. The five prodigies' leader was Han Fei from the Godly Knife sect, and he was also ranked 5th overall. The 6th was Yu Yan, the 7th was Lei Zhen, the 8th was Bing Ling, and the 9th was Xiao Yaosheng. Lin Xian was ranked 29th, and was the highest ranking among the newcomers. Xia Yijian was ranked 32nd, Shui Yiren was ranked 35th, Zhao Shui was ranked 37th, and Dong Fangxiong was ranked 40th. Yun Hai was ranked 45th. Shang Guanhao was heavily injured in the fight with Lin Xian and was ranked 50th. After the rankings were out, it was time to challenge. The first to come out was the 72nd ranked martial artist. It was his first time challenging the 70th ranked martial artist. After an intense battle, he won. The true dragon qi in his body increased, and his ranking rose to 70th. Then he challenged the 65th ranked martial artist. But this time he failed. After his failure, although he was still ranked 70th, the true dragon qi in his body had decreased by a lot. He did not use the remaining 2 challenges for the time being, and chose to keep them. Seeing this, everyone had a clearer understanding of the rules. It seemed that there were many benefits to winning a challenge. Not only did the ranking increase, but the true dragon qi also increased. Although the ranking did not change after a failure, the true dragon qi in one's body would decrease. Although this did not seem to affect the ranking, the final ranking was determined by the amount of true dragon qi in one's body. So even if the name did not change, if the true dragon qi in one's body was insufficient, the ranking would only drop. The challenges went on quickly, and everyone was cautiously observing to understand each other's strength. At this juncture, everyone could become an opponent, so they did not let down their guard. Not long after, Shang Guanhao stood up. He looked around, and when he looked at Lin Xian, there was a trace of hatred and deep fear in his eyes. Shang Guanhao was terrified of Lin Yun. He would never challenge Lin Xian again. He chose the 46th ranked martial artist as his first opponent. After being nourished by the true dragon qi, Shang Guanhao's injuries were much better, so there was no suspense when he fought the 46th ranked martial artist with his strength. He quickly sent his opponent flying. Then he challenged the 43rd ranked martial artist and also won. After winning consecutively, Shang Guanhao's eyes shone brightly. He had found his initial confidence. Then he stared at Dong Fangxiong. Since he could not attack Lin Xian, he could only attack Lin Xian's friends. No matter what, he had to vent his anger. Lin Xian smiled slightly. He was not worried about Dong Fangxiong. That kid's talent was not inferior to his. In his opinion, Shang Guanhao challenging Dong Fangxiong was completely looking for a beating. Chapter 468. Seeing someone challenge him, Dong Fangxiong grinned. He rubbed his palms together and looked very excited. Great! Finally, there's a fight. I'm dying of boredom. Come on, let's fight. Dong Fangxiong grinned and looked very expectant. Humph, you're courting death. Thunder wings. Shang Guanhao didn't plan to waste time with his opponent, so he used the thunder wings as soon as the fight started. He flapped his wings and came in front of Dong Fangxiong. The thunder hammer in his hand smashed toward Dong Fangxiong. Dragon Elephant Fist. Dong Fangxiong's body was covered with a layer of golden light. He punched out a terrifying fist toward the thunder hammer. Boom! The two collided and the roar shook the world. The terrifying fist collided with the thunder hammer, causing countless cracks to appear on it. What? He actually cracked the hammer of thunder and lightning. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Shang Guanhao's strength was obvious to all. If he hadn't been injured, his ranking wouldn't have been so low. With his strength, it was very likely that he would make it to the top 30. Now, Dong Fangxiong had blasted the thunder hammer away with only one punch. The scene was too terrifying. Damn it! Shang Guanhao's expression changed greatly. He quickly used the thunder essence and condensed the thunder hammer again. With the thunder essence, the thunder hammer became more violent. Its power was enough to penetrate a warrior in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. However, Dongfang Xiong was not afraid. He punched again. The sky was filled with golden light. The roar echoed in the ancient city. This time, the thunder hammer was completely knocked away. It turned into countless thunder fragments in the air and scattered on the ground. What kind of power is this? It's too terrifying. It was smashed by the thunder hammer directly. Dongfang Xiong's terrifying power really shocked everyone. This young man with a silly smile was like an Archean fierce beast with unimaginable strength. Impossible. Shangguan Hao was terrified. He was once again shrouded by the shadow of failure. It's not over yet. Watch out for my bloodline power. The bloodline power in his body surged. A silver armor quickly formed on Shangguan Hao's body. Ancient thunder runes covered his body. After using the bloodline power, Shangguan Hao's strength increased again. He was like the thunder god, mighty and extraordinary. Bloodline power, I have it too. Dongfang Xiong's smile didn't change as the golden blood in his body surged. Golden light bloomed all over his body, and a golden phantom appeared behind him, as if it was going to cross time and space from ancient times. With a shake of his thunder wings, Shangguan Hao instantly appeared in front of Dongfang Xiong. The thunder hammer in his hand and thunder cry on his forehead released two terrifying rays of light at the same time. They intertwined and instantly pierced towards Dongfang Xiong's heart. However, Dongfang Xiong was not afraid. He waved his fist, and the golden shadow behind him did the same. That golden void was too terrifying. With just a raise of his hand, it contained boundless power, as if 100,000 mountains were trembling. Bang! With one punch, Shangguan Hao spat out blood and flew backward. Everyone was shocked. They had seen the power of Shangguan Hao's bloodline. That kind of pressure was enough to make people tremble. However, the power of Dongfang Xiong's bloodline seemed to be stronger. The golden shadow was so powerful that it could destroy everything in its path. It directly sent Shangguan Hao flying. Lin Xian wasn't surprised by Dongfang Xiong's victory. What surprised him was the bloodline power in Dongfang Xiong's body. That golden shadow made his heart palpitate. This kid's bloodline is unusual. It seems to be a bloodline on the Myriad Spirit list. Myriad Spirit list? Lin Xian was puzzled. It's a list that has been passed down since ancient times. All the bloodlines on the list have mysterious powers, Lord Alcohol explained. It said that the top few bloodlines are as powerful as the 5 swords of the world. Hearing that, Lin Xian was shocked. The Great Dragon Sword was one of the 5 swords of the world. It represented an offensive saint technique. It was really amazing that the top few bloodlines on the Myriad Spirit list had such magical power. After Shangguan Hao lost to Dongfang Xiong, he didn't continue to challenge. Instead, he walked down the arena with a gloomy face. Not long after, it was Yun Hai's turn. Yun Hai was the most outstanding disciple of the Yun family's younger generation. He was also a dark horse in the 3rd arena. In his first challenge, he won consecutively and was ranked 40th. Then he looked at Lin Xian. Since he still had 2 more chances, he wasn't afraid of failure. Therefore, he wanted to challenge Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sword intent was terrifying, but Yun Hai believed that he could definitely defeat Lin Xian in terms of swordsmanship. After receiving the challenge, Lin Xian's figure flashed and arrived in the super arena. Holding the black scabbard, Lin Xian's aura became extremely sharp. Misty Cloud, sword technique. Yun Hai stabbed out with his sword. It was like an antelope hanging its horn without a trace. The ethereal sword's sword light was fleeting, making it impossible to guard against. However, Lin Xian smiled. Holding the star extinction sword, Lin Xian quickly used the returning wind whisking willow sword. The sword light flashed like a cool breeze and willow branches. It was abnormally soft and contained endless killing intent. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of metal colliding rang out in the void. Countless sparks flew. The two swords clashed, and the blades collided with unusual precision. He actually blocked it? How is that possible? The disciples of the Yun family were shocked. Yun Hai was even more shocked. His Misty Cloud sword technique was at the greater success stage. If Lin Xian used his sword intent to forcefully break his sword technique, he could still accept it. However, Lin Xian didn't use his sword intent. He only used his superb swordsmanship to break his sword technique. Is the gap between us that big? Yun Hai felt bitter. In the next moment, Lin Xian's sword technique suddenly changed. Wind Emperor's sword. The sword light disappeared and merged with the wind. This sword was even more bizarre than the Misty Cloud sword technique. What? I can't sense it. Yun Hai was terrified. He couldn't sense Lin Xian's sword aura at all. With a soft sound, Yun Hai's defense was broken and a sword mark appeared. The cold sword edge slashed across his chest, making his hair stand on end. I admit defeat. Yun Hai's face turned green as he admitted defeat. Lin Xian kept his sword and stood calmly. At this moment, Yun Hai finally understood the gap between the two of them. Lin Xian was very strong, far stronger than him. After this battle, the disciples of the Yun family were shocked. However, the other two kendo families were more interested in Lin Xian, especially Xie Jian. Shui Yiren was staring at Lin Xian nonstop. He couldn't wait to fight. However, it wasn't their turn yet, so they could only wait. Then Zhao Shui went up. With her bizarre soul attack, she reached 33rd place in her first battle. Zhao Shui decided to leave the two remaining chances. Soon, a young man in a white robe walked up. This person had a clean face and was handsome. However, his smile gave people a dangerous feeling. It's Shui Yiren. I didn't expect him to fight this time. I wonder who he'll challenge this time? Who knows what this lunatic is thinking? However, I know that whoever he challenges will be unlucky. Many of the Azure Dragon geniuses trembled when they saw Shui Yiren. They were afraid that he would challenge them. Chapter 469. On the stage, Shui Yiren revealed a cruel expression. He pulled out his sword and stabbed towards Lin Xian. What? He wants to challenge Lin Xian. Everyone exclaimed. Normally, when a martial artist challenged someone, they would first challenge someone they were more confident in winning. This way, they could increase their ranking and true dragon chi as much as possible. Then, they would try to challenge someone they were interested in. But this Shui Yiren actually challenged Lin Xian right from the start. This was really out of everyone's expectations. One had to know that Lin Xian was strong enough to be ranked in the top 20. Even some seniors didn't dare to challenge him, let alone Shui Yiren. Could it be that he has the confidence to defeat Lin Xian? Who knows, he's a madman. Lin Xian also frowned slightly. He had also seen Shui Yiren's matches, and he was indeed a madman. Because in battle, Shui Yiren was completely crazy. He didn't care if he was injured or not, and only focused on attacking the enemy. There was once when he even risked being injured to defeat the enemy. However, what was shocking was his powerful recovery ability. No matter how heavy the injury, it seemed that he would be able to recover in a short time. This was the reason why he dared to be crazy. Since he was challenged by such a madman, Lin Xian could only end the battle quickly. His body emitted a sharp sword intent that wanted to tear the sky apart and slash towards Shui Yiren. Shui Yiren pursed his lips, and his eyes revealed a trace of madness. The blood-colored sword in his hand turned into a blood-colored light and also quickly stabbed out. Behind him, the blood-colored sword intent condensed into a blood-colored killing sword that floated in the air. The two sword intents collided, and countless sword chi flew out in all directions. Deep sword marks were left on the hard, black, crystal ground. Everyone was shocked and quickly left the stage. One had to admit that the two sword intents were too terrifying. Not only did they cut open the abnormally hard ground, but they also caused the void to distort. Lin Xian's great dragon sword intent was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut through everything. Shui Ren's blood-colored sword intent, on the other hand, carried a shocking, killing intent. The two quickly attacked, and terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions. Shui Ren's eyes flashed with madness as he stabbed his sword towards Lin Xian's chest. Lin Xian also stabbed at Shui's chest, but Shui didn't dodge at all. Lin Xian sighed, as expected of a lunatic. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already run away. He didn't want to fight head-on with the other party. He didn't have the terrifying healing ability of the other party. With a tap of his foot, he used the illusory demonic steps to escape. At the same time, he used the phantom sword art. Countless sword qi surged, forming an illusory sword formation in the air, enveloping Shui. The phantom sword was a fusion of physical and illusory attacks. It could be said that it was even more unpredictable than the misty cloud sword. Moreover, under the influence of Lin Xian's great dragon sword will, it became even sharper. Mist filled the air and the void trembled. The phantom sword formation released countless terrifying sword qi that slashed toward Shui. Among these sword qi, some were real and some were fake, bewitching everyone's minds. Puff, puff! Shui roared. He had been careless and suffered a hidden loss. The phantom sword qi had almost chopped off his arm. Demonic blood sword. The divine sword behind him that was dripping with blood emitted a bewitching light as it slashed down rapidly. Dozens of huge blood-colored sword qi slashed down, tearing apart the layers of encirclement and blasting open the phantom sword formation. At this moment, Lin Xian had already used the illusory demonic steps and arrived behind Shui. The Wind Emperor mercilessly attacked, and a terrifying sword qi pierced into Shui Yi's body. Shui Yi's body trembled, and blood gushed out crazily. However, he suddenly turned around, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. A blood-colored sword light pierced out, slashing toward Lin Xian. This Shui actually ignored his injuries and blindly slashed 3 times at Lin Xian. One of the slashes had even merged with the blood-colored divine sword behind him. Lin Xian quickly retreated, but he was still swept by the blood-colored sword light. In an instant, his defense was cut open. The blood-colored sword qi hit his body, leaving a sword mark. At the crucial moment, he used the illusory demonic steps to the extreme to dodge. Even so, he was still injured. Lin Xian frowned. Shui was just like the rumors. They didn't care about their lives. They were simply lunatics. Although Lin Xian suffered a loss, Shui Yi's situation was even worse. A terrifying sword mark appeared on his body, and his bones could already be seen. However, Shui didn't care at all. The blood-colored divine sword behind him emitted a bright light, and a few drops of fist-sized blood flowed into his body. Soon, the sword mark quickly healed, leaving behind a shocking scar. Then he revealed a sinister smile again. Damn, it healed so quickly. What kind of sword intent is this? Its recovery ability is too abnormal. This is an unkillable cockroach. Everyone's expression changed. Although the wound was healed, Shui was still shocked. Lin Xian's sword intent was too terrifying, and there was still a trace of it left in his body. He could only suppress it temporarily. After pondering for a while, Shui decided to use his strongest attack to quickly end the battle. He raised the sword in his hand and merged it with the blood-colored divine sword behind him, slashing out a beam of sword qi. The void distorted, and the blood-colored sword qi quickly descended with a terrifying momentum. The gigantic blood-colored sword qi filled the sky, emitting a terrifying killing intent, like a blood-colored river hanging in the sky. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and the cold killing intent made them tremble. Wind and Lightning Sword. Lin Xian quickly merged the power of wind and lightning and struck out a terrifying sword strike. The sword chi collided and the sound shook the sky. At the point of collision, countless sword ripples spread out in all directions like waves. The two sword intents were even more violent, as if they wanted to cut the void into pieces. Everyone was shocked. This kind of power was enough to kill a mid-stage flower spirit realm martial artist, especially the blood-colored sword intent, which could destroy one soul. However, such a terrifying move was still blocked by Lin Xian. Not only that, everyone noticed that the blood-colored sword chi in the sky was rapidly spreading to both sides, as if it was being split apart. That's right, it was being split apart. Lin Xian's wind and lightning sword chi split the blood-colored sword chi. The wind and lightning sword chi merged with the power of wind and lightning, and its power was beyond imagination. After the blood-colored sword chi was split apart, Shui Yi's face was filled with shock. However, he did not have time to think, as a sword ray arrived in front of him. In a panic, he could only summon the blood-colored divine sword shadow in front of him to block it. Boom! Chi-chi! Lin Xian's terrifying sword ray sent him flying, and the blood-colored divine sword shadow dimmed. I admit defeat. Shui Yi gritted his teeth and said when he saw the dimmed, blood-colored divine sword. He was called a lunatic, but he was not really a lunatic. The reason why he dared to fight with his life on the line was mainly because of the blood-colored divine sword. The blood in the blood-colored sword shadow could allow him to recover quickly, which was why he chose to fight with self-harm. But now, Lin Xian almost split his blood-colored divine sword shadow, which made him terrified. Therefore, he could only choose to admit defeat. Damn, even this lunatic admitted defeat. Lin Xian is too scary. Yeah, looking at his strength, he definitely has the chance to make it to the top 20. As expected of the biggest dark horse among the newcomers, this kind of strength was really powerful. Everyone was discussing, and Lin Xian's strength was deeply rooted in their hearts. Chapter 470. At this moment, the true dragon geniuses were also shocked. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not provoke Lin Xian again. However, not everyone thought this way. Xia Yijian stared at Lin Xian with a terrifying battle intent in his eyes. As a swordsman, he would sooner or later fight with Lin Xian. Moreover, he believed that although Lin Xian's attack power was terrifying, he would not be able to dodge his fast sword. After defeating Shui Yiren, Lin Xian's true dragon chi became even more powerful. It was already close to 6 feet. With this true dragon chi, Lin Xian found that the speed at which he absorbed the black dragon flame had also increased. Returning to the resting area, Lin Xian quickly absorbed the black dragon flame. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the early stage of the spirit transformation realm and would soon reach the middle stage. If this kind of cultivation speed were to spread, it would definitely scare a lot of people to death. However, the reason why he was able to improve so quickly was mainly because of the black dragon flame. The energy contained in the black dragon flame was too terrifying. It had to be known that it had once tortured a venerable for nearly 100 years. Lin Xian had been absorbing for so long, but he had only absorbed about 1/5 of it. In the battle with Shui Yiren, Lin Xian had shocked the majority of the people, so no one dared to challenge him during this time. He was also happy to do so. While cultivating, he also tasted the fusion of concepts and the power of thunder and fire. However, the fusion of concepts was more difficult than he had imagined. On the other hand, the fusion of thunder and fire was almost complete. At the same time, during this time, he had been comprehending the divine sword visualization diagram, so his sword intent had also increased. Although he had not yet broken through to the 8th layer, he had made a lot of progress compared to before. Just as Lin Xian continued to cultivate, Xia Yijian went on stage. He first challenged the 30th ranked martial artist. In the end, his opponent was defeated without seeing his sword move. Then, Xie Yijian looked at Lin Xian. The battle intent in his eyes continued to rise. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that Xie Yijian would also challenge Lin Xian. Compared to Shui Yiren's crazy fighting style, Xie Yijian's fast sword was even more shocking. This was because no one had been able to clearly see the trajectory of his sword. It was too fast, so fast that by the time everyone reacted, the battle was already over. I think this Xie Yijian might be able to defeat Lin Xian. After all, no one can dodge his fast sword. That's right. Even the 30th ranked warrior couldn't withstand his swift sword. Not necessarily. I think Lin Xian is more dangerous. Don't forget about his terrifying sword intent. Once it is unleashed, it can destroy everything. Everyone had different opinions, but it was clear that they were all looking forward to this match. Lin Xian gladly accepted Xie Yijian's challenge. As a swordsman, he wanted to fight with all kinds of swordsmen. Moreover, Xie Yijian was known as the king of fast swords, which aroused his great interest. Lin Xian did not have full confidence that he could block Xie Yijian's swift sword. After all, watching and experiencing were two different things. Only when they truly fought would they know. Xie Yijian was exceptionally decisive, immediately using the rapid sword-drawing technique. Xie Yijian sheathed his sword as if he had never moved. Lin Xian stood there with a smile, not moving at all. However, a deep sword mark appeared under his feet. What's going on? What happened just now? Everyone was surprised, unable to understand. The sword mark on the ground indicated that Xie Yijian had already made his move. But why was Lin Xian not injured? The sword mark was very deep and terrifying. It was impossible for Lin Xian not to resist. However, the two clearly did not move. Most people didn't understand, but those who were ranked at the top frowned. As peerless geniuses, they could naturally see what had happened just now. In that instant, both of them moved. It was just that their speed was too fast. Xie Yijian used the rapid sword-drawing technique and sheathed his sword. As for Lin Xian, he quickly turned his body, dodging the sword qi, and then quickly returned to his original position. Because the two's speed was extremely fast, it looked as if they had not moved at all. When everyone found out, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. The two's speed was too shocking, actually deceiving everyone's eyes. Fortunately, both of them were monstrous geniuses. If it was another ordinary spirit, transformation realm martial artist, they would have been instantly killed. To be able to dodge my sword-drawing technique, interesting. Xie Yijian's eyes flashed. However, it won't be so easy to dodge next. He grabbed the long sword at his waist again. Lin Xian also held the Star Extinction sword, ready to attack. The sword light flashed, and the terrifying sword qi instantly arrived in front of him. So fast! Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The speed of this sword was several times faster than before. He used the phantom demon steps and quickly dodged. However, the sword qi still cut through more than half of his body defense. Everyone below the stage was shocked. Such a fast sword. Lin Xian's defense was actually broken. As expected of the king of fast swords, Zhao Shue's face was filled with worry. Even with her powerful soul force, she was unable to completely lock onto the sword qi. Presumably, Lin Xian was the same. Stinking brat, nothing must happen to you. Zhao Shui prayed in her heart. The Xie family disciple smiled. Lin Xian was very strong, but against Xie Yijian, his chances of winning were not high. To be able to dodge again, it seems like your strength is really strong. However, you definitely won't be able to dodge the next sword. Xie Yijian was very confident. Fast concept. In the next moment, the sword light flashed. This sword seemed to cross the limit of distance, and the sword qi instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. It's actually a concept. Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder Xie Yijian's speed was so fast, He actually comprehended the fast concept. Thinking of this, he quickly used the wind concept, causing the surrounding air to quickly move. The blue air trembled, forming a great resistance. Xie Yijian's sword qi, under the effect of the wind concept, revealed its true body. What? This is also possible. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they saw Xie Yijian's sword qi. The sword qi paused for a moment, then cut through the air resistance. This only happened in an instant, but it was enough time. Lin Xian used his extreme footwork, arriving at a safe place. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. He was right. No matter how fast the sword qi was, it still needed to move in the air. As long as the air resistance increased, it could slow down the speed of the sword qi. Therefore, to defeat Xie Yijian, it was not necessary to be faster than him, but only to slow down the speed of the sword qi. What a strong resistance! Xie Yijian's face sank. Then he sneered, "Don't think that you can block my sword qi like this." Sword burst! Xie Yijian once again pulled out his sword. This time, in addition to the terrifying speed, it also carried a berserk power. Wherever it passed, the air exploded like a sudden clap of thunder. Lin Xian's wind concept was affected, becoming extremely unstable, causing his influence on the sword qi to weaken to the extreme. Lin Xian once again felt the danger of the sword qi. Fortunately, his illusory demonic steps was very powerful, allowing him to narrowly avoid the sword qi. However, this was not a solution. After a long time, he was likely to be hit again. Let's try the wind and thunder concept. Chapter 471. Lin Xian displayed the concept of wind around his body, and then superimposed the concept of thunder on top of it. Although the two concepts could not completely fuse, the power was much stronger than the concept of wind alone. Superimposing concepts, this kid really dares to think. Xiaoyao Shun exclaimed. One had to know that concepts were extremely mysterious. Most people could not comprehend them, let alone superimposing them. Therefore, when everyone saw Lin Xian superimposing the two concepts of wind and thunder together, they were very shocked. Even the four great prodigies showed a dignified expression. The concept of wind and thunder appeared, once again slowing down the speed of the fast sword. Taking this opportunity, Lin Xian began to counterattack. However, the concept of speed could not only be used on sword techniques, but also on movement techniques. Therefore, Xie Yijian's movement technique was equally terrifying. When Lin Xian swung his long sword, he had already arrived at another place. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Therefore, you cannot defeat me. Xie Yijian was very confident. As long as he attacked a few more times, he would be able to cut apart Lin Xian's concept of wind and thunder. At that time, he would win. The concept of speed, what a terrifying concept. This kind of speed already allows Xie Yijian to stand in an invincible position. Looks like this time Lin Xian is really going to lose. There is no other way. In the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Not to mention Lin Xian. Even the top 20 martial artists may not be able to break Xie Yijian's concept of speed, unless he is like the four great prodigies, crushing him with absolute strength. Am I going to lose? Lin Xian frowned. To tell the truth, Xie Yijian's speed really gave him a lot of trouble. His concept of wind and thunder was not mature enough. If it reached 60 to 70%, it would be easy to defeat Xie Yijian. But now, it seemed that he could not rely on the power of wind and thunder. He needed to find another way. Let's end this. On the opposite side, Xie Yijian's aura surged. It seemed that he was going to use some kind of consummate skill. Looks like I can only use that move. Lin Xian clenched the Star Extinction Sword. Facing Xie Yijian's concept of speed, Lin Xian decided to use his trump card once again. Flying Star. It's useless no matter what you do. You can't keep up with my speed. Xie Yijian was very confident. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. This was because he saw Lin Xian becoming one with a sword and transforming into a dazzling sword qi that shot towards him like a resplendent meteor. That speed was even faster than his swiftness concept. This is impossible. Xie Yijian was horrified. He used his concept of speed and dodged to the side. 2 streaks of light flashed in the arena before disappearing like shooting stars. Everyone opened their eyes wide and craned their necks to look at the arena. On the stage, Lin Xian gripped his sword with both hands. His face was pale, and there was blood dripping from the edge of his sword. Could it be that Xie Yijian is injured? Everyone looked to the other side. Sure enough, there was a sword mark on Xie Yijian's left arm, almost breaking his arm. What kind of sword technique is this? He was actually able to injure Xie Yijian, who possesses the concept of speed. Lin Xian is too terrifying. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I absolutely cannot challenge him. Xie Yijian covered the wound on his left arm. His heart was in turmoil. Ever since he comprehended the concept of speed, he had never been defeated. This time he challenged Lin Xian because he wanted to destroy his opponent's limelight and win the title of #1 swordsman of the younger generation. However, he never thought that Lin Xian would have such a unique skill. His speed even surpassed his own. Who the hell is this guy? His sword technique is so powerful. Xie Yijian's gaze was uncertain. Lin Xian once again used his powerful sword technique to prove his strength. This time, even Zhou, Jianying of the 4 great prodigies, looked at Lin Xian twice. Your sword technique is not bad, but your cultivation is too weak. Maybe you can enter the top 10 next time. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect this prodigy to give such a high evaluation. Then, everyone had a general understanding of Lin Xian's strength. Thinking about it, this year's Lin Xian's strength was at most between 10th and 20th place. This was already very terrifying. One had to know that this was Lin Xian's first time participating. Moreover, he was only 18 years old. This talent could be said to be second only to the 4 great prodigies. Enter the top 10 next time. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. With his current strength, he could only enter the top 10 next time. However, he still had the powerful 70% sword intent as a trump card. Moreover, his strength was increasing every moment. To be honest, as he absorbed more and more energy from the black dragon flame, he did not know how strong he would become. However, one thing he was sure of was that he would at least enter the ranks of the 5 great prodigies. The following matches were somewhat boring. The challengers did not take any risks. Instead, they chose opponents that they were confident in. Just as the matches were in progress, the 5 great prodigies above the ancient city once again received news of Lin Xian's identity. A martial artist in the spirit detecting realm said, respectfully, "Great prodigy, Lin Xian's birthplace has been investigated." "Oh, speak." "He comes from a small country at the border, the Great Xia country." The Great Xia country? Wasn't it already occupied by the Black Dragon sect? Venerable Scarlet Flame frowned. It seems that this Lin Xian is most likely a spy sent by the Black Dragon sect. According to our intelligence, Lin Xian seemed to have been chased by people from the Black Dragon sect. As for what happened after that, and whether or not he joined the Black Dragon sect, it is still unknown. However, I heard that he had a conflict with the Black Dragon sect's Black Heart Hall when he was in the Tianshan country. Moreover, he also attacked the Crimson Black clan. The 5 great prodigies were silent. The current evidence showed that Lin Xian was very likely a spy from the Black Dragon sect. What are you waiting for? Quickly capture him and send him to torture, Venerable Scarlet Flame said. What do you think? Venerable Green Lotus asked. To be honest, I don't believe that Lin Xian is a spy. After all, Someone who can comprehend that kind of sword intent would not submit to the Black Dragon sword, Venerable Sword said. Moreover, Lin Xian has had many conflicts with the Black Dragon sect. He shouldn't be a spy from the Black Dragon sect. How about this? Wait until the third round, Venerable Green Lotus said. To be honest, Lin Xian's talent was shocking. If there were no accidents, he could become another sword genius. If such a person could be used by the Martial League, there might be another great prodigy in the future. Therefore, Venerable Sword and Venerable Green Lotus did not want to make a move unless there was no other choice. Below, Lin Xian did not know that danger was getting closer and closer to him. It was now his turn to challenge, so he stood up and walked to the stage. In his first challenge, he won consecutively and reached the 19th rank. In his first challenge, he entered the top 20. His strength was too strong. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was one of the new geniuses who entered the top 20. If there were no accidents, his ranking would be stable in the top 20. Lei Zhen snorted and looked at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. He would not allow Lin Xian to enter the top 20. Even if Lin Xian entered, he would beat him back. The challenges continued. Soon, there were martial artists who issued challenges to the 5 great prodigies. The challenger was the 13th ranked martial artist. He challenged the 8th ranked Ice Spirit. Chapter 472. The two went up the stage and greeted each other. The 13th warrior was a disciple of the Heavenly Fire sect. Although he wasn't as strong as the Heavenly Fire Crown Prince, he was still a top genius. On his body, there were flame patterns floating and jumping, emitting a mysterious and scorching power. Bingling was a peerless genius of the Ice Crystal Valley. She wore a blue dress, and her black hair was slightly curly. Her fair face was cold. Around her, there were ice crystal ripples and snowflakes dancing in the air. On the ground, ice began to form and spread rapidly. In an instant, the area within 100 feet turned into a world of ice and snow. Humph! The Heavenly Fire sect disciple snorted and shot out several fiery light pillars. At the same time, he waved his hands, forming a wave-like palm wind that turned into a sea of fire. Bing Ling waved her ice staff and spun it rapidly. The sky was filled with ice and snow, as if it was going to freeze one's soul. Ice and fire, 2 opposite attributes, collided in the arena, emitting a violent aura. Everyone was shocked and retreated. The 2 forces were too powerful, and the impact of their collision was even more terrifying. The ice crystal flames had spread to the edge of the arena. How terrifying, as expected of a top genius. Lin Xian looked up and saw the flames around the Heavenly Fire sect disciple being frozen, forming flaming ice crystals. Endless cold air surged towards him, as expected of one of the 5 elites. This kind of ice is too shocking. It can even freeze flames. I'm afraid that, in terms of attributes, only the Heavenly Fire Crown Prince can restrain her. The Heavenly Fire sect disciple's face was gloomy. He circulated his spiritual energy, and 2 fire dragons appeared behind him, intertwining to form a mysterious pattern. That's the fire dragon pattern, everyone exclaimed. Legend has it that the fire dragon pattern can burn everything. Suppress. The Heavenly Fire sect disciple shouted coldly as the fire dragon pattern behind him rapidly expanded to cover the area in front of him. Traces of scorching flames spewed out from the dragon's head and surged towards the ice crystals below. Soon, the ice sculptures melted as if they would crack at any moment. Ice ceiling throne. A cold voice sounded. As the ice staff danced, a blue figure appeared behind her, sitting on a throne. The figure was abnormally tall and emitted an extremely cold aura, as if it could freeze everything in the world. The blue figure waved his hand, and a blue aura crashed into the fire dragon pattern in the sky. The iceberg and the sea of fire collided fiercely in the void, as if a huge explosion had occurred. In the end, it was the ice spirit who used her powerful cultivation to forcibly seal the fire dragon diagram. The fierce battle ended just like that. The ice spirit sealed the fire dragon diagram with her powerful ice power. The heavenly fire sect disciple did not dare continue fighting and could only surrender. After that, a few more martial artists challenged the 5 heroes. Xiao Yaosheng held a folding fan in his hand as his figure fluttered in the air. He was exceptionally confident as he defeated his opponent while talking and laughing. Lei Zhen's body was covered with lightning and was incomparably violent. Anyone who fought with him was unable to get close to him. No one could block Yu Yan's illusionary arts. Han Fei was even more terrifying. No one could resist his saber light. The challenges continued. Soon, Xiao Yaosheng went up. His opponent was Lei Zhen. The two of them exchanged blows. The momentum was terrifying and lightning filled the sky. Xiao Yaosheng leisurely strolled in the sea of lightning, his fan shadow surging. The two of them first competed with their moves, and then it was a battle of wills. Their terrifying and wonderful methods made people gasp in admiration. In the end, it was still Lei Zhen who won slightly and defeated Xiao Yaosheng. Then, the ice spirit also challenged Han Fei. Terrifying saber intent soared into the sky. Han Fei attacked with all his might, striking out saber shadows that filled the sky. The ice spirit waved her staff, striking out icebergs that rushed into the sky. The void trembled as the dark blue mountain shadow in the sky charged forward. The two spiritual forces collided, and violent energy overflowed as if it was going to tear the void apart. Space splitting cross slash. Han Fei waved his saber, and 2 huge cross-shaped saber beams formed in the air, quickly rushing towards the ice spirit. Everywhere they passed, everything was shattered. Phoenix danced 9 heavens. The ice spirit staff spun, forming a huge ice phoenix around her that flew into the sky. The saber beams and the ice phoenix collided, and the sky fell into an energy vortex. Some of the martial artists who were close to them were affected, bleeding from their mouths and noses as they fell to the ground. The other martial artists were horrified as they frantically retreated, fearing that they would be affected. Lin Xian's figure fluttered, and at the same time, 2 sword qi rushed out of his body, shattering the violent energy that rushed towards him. As expected of the 5 heroes, they are indeed powerful. He sighed. With his strength, he would probably need to go all out to compete with these people. When everything calmed down, the crowd looked at the arena. In the arena, Han Fei stood with a saber, and there was a thick layer of ice on his body. On the opposite side, the ice spirit's breasts rose and fell rapidly, and her forehead was covered with a layer of sweat. On her shoulder, a very thin saber mark appeared. Drops of round blood beads flowed out. The ice spirit smiled bitterly. She knew that Han Fei had shown mercy just now. I admit defeat. She shook her head. Your ice power is very strong. I'm afraid it will only take a few years for you to freeze me. Han Fei put away his long saber. He was also shocked. If it weren't for his strong saber intent, he would have been frozen just now. The battle between the two was very exciting. While the crowd was still reminiscing, Lei Zhen had already come to the arena. In an instant, half of the arena was covered by a sea of thunder. Lin Xian, come up and die. Lei Zhen's voice was loud and clear, like the roar of the thunder god. What? He wants to challenge Lin Xian? The crowd was shocked. This was the first time that a high-level martial artist had challenged a low-level martial artist, and the gap between their ranks was very large. The crowd was excited. Lei Zhen must be avenging Shang Guanhao. I'm afraid Lin Xian is unlucky. Lei Zhen is very strong. Isn't it better to get rid of an opponent? Many people sneered. They couldn't beat Lin Xian, so they naturally hoped that someone could defeat him. But Zhao Shui, Dong Fangxiong, and the others were worried. Although Lin Xian was strong, it was still too difficult for him to defeat Lei Zhen. If it was the next competition with Lin Xian's talent, there would be some hope. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Lei Zhen was definitely a terrifying opponent. He slightly sensed the spiritual power in his body and found that he would soon reach the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm. Well, let's see how strong the 5 heroes are. Lin Xian clenched the black scabbard and walked into the arena. How many moves do you think Lin Xian can withstand? Don't be silly. He will definitely admit defeat as soon as he comes up. One had to know that with his results, he could definitely enter the top 20. If he was injured by Lei Zhen, his strength would be damaged and his ranking would drop greatly. The crowd discussed and thought that Lin Xian would admit defeat immediately. Lei Zhen's voice was cold when he saw Lin Xian walk up. I won't give you the chance to admit defeat. Then a pair of 100-meter-long lightning wings appeared behind him, and he disappeared in a flash. Lin Xian quickly retreated. He would not admit defeat. What? He didn't admit defeat? The crowd was shocked. Is Lin Xian really going to fight with Lei Zhen? The wind and thunder essences overlapped and surrounded Lin Xian. At the same time, he used the illusory demon steps and created illusions in the arena. Chapter 473. Puff, puff, puff. Countless phantoms were destroyed. Lei Zhen was like a bolt of blue lightning, quickly moving around the arena. Everyone felt dizzy. Their eyes hurt from staring, but they still couldn't see the two's movements clearly. Whoosh! Lei Zhen suddenly appeared and quickly rose into the sky. High in the sky, he channeled all the spiritual energy in his body and formed countless lightning feathers. Lightning feathers! These lightning feathers were like thousands of arrows, piercing downward. The entire arena was covered by the terrifying lightning feathers. What a terrifying move! Lin Xian can't hide anymore. The audience below exclaimed. Sure enough, the sky full of lightning feathers made Lin Xian's figure appear. But in the next moment, a blinding sword light flashed and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, quickly slashing out. 100-meter-long, huge sword Qi slashed upward. The sky full of lightning feathers forcibly cut open a huge crack. Kid, I'll let you know the true power of the lightning sect's disciples. Lei Zhen was like a thunder god, standing in the void, the lightning aura on his body crushing the surroundings. He pointed a finger, and the huge lightning turned into a flood dragon, rushing downward. Today, I'll use your lightning to improve my gold thunder body. Lin Xian roared. The star sword waved, and dozens of sword Qi rushed into space. Boom, 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 boom. The lightning dragon and the terrifying sword Qi collided, and the two energies burst out with extreme power. Qi, the thunder flood dragon, let out a wail as it was cut in half. Lin Xian secretly channeled the devouring sword, forming a devouring power, and quickly absorbed the lightning dragon. What? Lin Xian is absorbing lightning again? He's dead. Lei Zhen will definitely be furious. Sure enough, seeing Lin Xian absorb lightning again, Lei Zhen's face became ferocious. He flapped his wings and turned into a lightning bolt, tearing the void. Lightning wings, escape technique. Lightning flashed, and Lei Zhen's real body appeared behind Lin Xian. The lightning trident in his hand pierced out, and the lightning essence spread out. At this moment, the entire sky was covered by a sea of lightning. The sky shook, and the hard ground of the arena was cracked by the lightning. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xian twisted his body and waved his absolute star sword, which collided with the lightning trident. The afterimage disappeared, and the sword Qi of Thunderlight swept across. The two of them exchanged several moves. Lei Zhen's hair stood on end as he roared towards the sky. His aura suddenly increased greatly. His lightning trident instantly blasted Lin Xian away. Descent of the Thunder God. In the next moment, the lightning on his body surged, forming a huge lightning giant. Terrifying pressure spread out in all directions, as if it was going to tear the space apart. Lin Xian was sent flying by the lightning and slid far away. At this moment, a terrifying lightning palm descended. Boom! Lin Xian was pinned down, and the entire ground caved in. It's over. He's been caught. He definitely won't be able to escape. Looks like we can only admit defeat. Everyone sighed. Humph! You can't even withstand a single blow. Lei Zhan controlled the huge lightning giant and looked around disdainfully. He exerted force in his palm, and the lightning crazily pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt the space around him being squeezed, as if countless giant mountains were moving, as if they were going to crush him into meat paste. Absorb for me. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a trace of madness. He quickly displayed the devouring sword and began to absorb the lightning energy. To be honest, although he was trapped, it wasn't difficult for him to get out. As long as he used 70% of his sword intent, he would be able to break the lightning palm. However, he didn't do that. He wanted to use this opportunity to absorb the lightning and evolve his body into the gold thunder body. A large amount of lightning energy entered Lin Xian's body. Soon, a trace of golden light appeared on his silver thunder body. It's almost done. Lin Xian was overjoyed. However, Lei Zhan soon found out that something was wrong. He didn't expect that Lin Xian would still be thinking about his lightning in such a dangerous situation. Fury of Thunder. Lei Zhan was really angry. He displayed the thunder concept and condensed a thundercloud at the same time. Not good. This is the Annihilation Purple Thunder. It's said to be able to destroy everything. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. The terrifying lightning energy fell, blasting towards Lin Xian. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the arena below was enveloped by the purple lightning. It's over. In this situation, Lin Xian will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. The referee also frowned. He sensed and wanted to stop the match. However, at this moment, a loud laugh came from the sea of lightning. Haha, this is great. I didn't expect you to have such lightning energy. What other moves do you have? Use them all. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. Several terrifying wounds appeared on his body. Some parts of his body were badly mutilated. You're courting death. Lei Zhan activated his spiritual energy. The purple lightning in the sky intertwined and formed the Annihilation Purple Thunder. Since you want to die, then turn into ashes in this lightning. The huge purple lightning descended, forming a dazzling light that quickly annihilated everything. The crowd closed their eyes and frantically retreated, afraid that they would be affected by the Annihilation Purple Thunder. After a long time, the crowd opened their eyes. The entire black gold arena was full of scars as if it had been bombed. A terrifyingly deep pit appeared where Lin Xian was, and even his figure was buried under the black rock. Humph! This is what you get for challenging the lightning sect. Lei Zhan walked in the air with a cold expression. Is he dead? Why can't I see Lin Xian? F***CK, I can't sense him either. The crowd discussed animatedly as they looked at the ruins. There was no way he could stand up. Lei Zhan's expression was cold. However, before he could finish speaking, a dazzling golden light shone from the ruins below. Boom! The ruins exploded and countless black stones flew everywhere. A golden figure appeared, like a golden god of war. Golden Thunder Body has finally been formed. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. The purple lightning had indeed been a great threat to him. Fortunately, everything was over, and he had also condensed the golden lightning body. With the crystal thunder body, his defense in the spirit transformation realm was abnormal. Even if he met a spirit detecting realm martial artist, he would be able to hold his own. Thank you for your divine thunder of annihilation. Lin Xian laughed. Lei Zhan's expression became very ugly. Not only was his opponent not dead, but his strength had increased greatly. This was a slap to his face. It was a slap to the lightning sec's face. Die for me. The lightning trident stabbed out, forming 2 lightning lasers that shot toward Lin Xian. Humph, try my golden thunder body. Lin Xian punched out. The golden fist rushed into the void, and the sky was filled with dazzling golden light. Boom! Lin Xian took a step back as the 2 bolts of lightning in the sky shattered with a loud bang. What? He broke Lei Zhen's attack with his bare hands. The crowd exclaimed. Lin Xian, who was at a disadvantage a moment ago, had become so powerful. What kind of body refining technique is this? It's so terrifying. Dong Feng Xiong stared at Lin Xian's golden thunder body and his eyes shone. What a terrifying power. I'm itching again. The crowd was speechless. Only Dong Feng Xiong, with his abnormal body constitution, could compete with Lin Xian. Lei Zhen's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't expect Lin Xian's strength to increase so much. It seems that if I don't show you my true strength, you won't know how powerful I am. Lei Zhen's body quickly descended. Thunder transformation. The huge lightning wings spread out and wrapped around Lei Zhen's body, forming a lightning ball. Chapter 474. The situation was similar to Shangguan Hao's. However, Lei Zhen's lightning form was much more powerful than Shangguan Hao's. Lightning flashed and covered Lei Zhen's body with a layer of lightning armor. Even his head was covered. Behind him, there was a 2-meter-long tail covered with lightning thorns. It was terrifying. The lightning tail swung and immediately smashed a groove in the hard ground. After the transformation, Lei Zhen was like a lightning monster, full of explosive power. He took a step forward and rushed forward like lightning. Wherever he went, the void would be torn apart. He used the thunder essence to the extreme, and a terrifying pressure enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian slashed out with the wind and thunder essences. However, Lei Zhen's thunder essence was too powerful. Lin Xian's sword qi was cut in half. Boom! The lightning trident fell and tore the ground. Lin Xian quickly retreated with a dignified look. In that strike, just now, Lei Zhen's concept of thunder had probably reached 70%. This level of thunder essence was far beyond his wind and thunder essence. It seems that I can only use the dragon sword essence. Facing Lei Zhen's thunder essence, Lin Xian held the star sword tightly. In the next moment, a ferocious and sharp sword intent erupted from his body. It's useless. Even your sword essence can't resist my thunder essence. Lei Zhen's expression was cold as he strode forward. Soon, Lin Xian's sword essence reached 50%. However, he didn't make a move. Instead, he continued to increase it. What? His sword essence increased again? How is this possible? Oh my God, is he still holding back his sword essence? At this moment, everyone was shocked, especially the disciples of the 3 Kendo families. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. 60% sword essence. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with sword light. It wasn't enough. He activated the dragon sword essence in his body again. According to his estimation, Lei Zhen's thunder essence had reached 70%. Therefore, he also planned to activate his sword essence. With a dragon roar, the azure dragon sword qi surged out of Lin Xian's body and roared ferociously. At this moment, the weapons on the surrounding warriors all trembled. It was as if he was bowing to the center of the arena. This is 70% sword intent. Everyone was shocked and gripped their weapons tightly. 70% sword intent. Lin Xian actually possesses 70% sword intent. Is this his trump card? At this moment, Xie Yijian, Shui Yiren, and the others were all shocked. With their strength, they were completely unable to contend against 70% sword intent. If Lin Xian went all out, they would not even be able to withstand a single strike. This guy is too scary. Is he really a newbie? I'm afraid he will become the second Zhou Jianying. Many people believed that as long as Lin Xian continued to grow, he would sooner or later become one of the 4 great prodigies. 70% sword intent. Yi Dao Lung sucked in a breath of cold air. He had originally planned to fight with Lin Xian, but now it seemed that the chances were slim. Beside him, Han Fei comforted him. Don't worry, you'll reach this level sooner or later. Even the 4 prodigies were shocked when they saw the 70% sword intent. Especially Zhou Jianying, who stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. The one who was most shocked was Lei Zhen. He originally thought that he could completely crush Lin Xian with his 70% thunder essence. In this way, not only could he avenge Shangguan Haohao, but he could also promote the Thunder Sect. However, to his surprise, Lin Xian actually possessed the same level of sword intent. So what if you have 70% sword intent? If you don't know how to use it, you're still trash. Lei Zhen shouted coldly and launched a terrifying attack. Moon Break. Lin Xian, who had displayed 70% sword intent, was unusually calm. His body was filled with sword qi, which condensed into a huge crescent-shaped sword qi and rushed forward. This sword qi was extremely violent. Everywhere it passed, the void would shatter. Lei Zhen's attack instantly collapsed like a piece of paper. What? How can it be so powerful? Lei Zhen was shocked. He originally thought that even if Lin Xian displayed 70% sword intent, it would at most be a draw. However, Lin Xian's sword intent was so powerful that it directly shattered his attack. Was this really 70% sword intent? Let's end this. Star explosion. Lin Xian operated the dragon's sword intent to the extreme. He became one with the sword and slashed out a sword light. Thunder collision. Lei Zhen gritted his teeth and formed the strongest defense in front of him. However, this sword was too amazing. It directly hit the weak part of the defense and quickly tore it apart. Then the sword intent cracked and a shocking explosion occurred. There was an earth-shattering sound. Lei Zhen was surrounded by countless sword lights. Lin Xian withdrew the star sword and waited quietly. He was confident that this sword could definitely defeat Lei Zhen. As expected, when the sword light disappeared, Lei Zhen's battered figure appeared. The thunder armor on his body was completely shattered, and there were countless sword marks on it. One of them even cut open the skin on his abdomen and almost cut him in half. Compared to the physical injury, the most serious injury was the mental injury. As one of the 5 talents, he thought that defeating Lin Xian was just a piece of cake. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian's trump cards were all beyond his expectations. Especially the last 70% sword intent. He could not resist it. Now he realized that he had indeed underestimated this young man. The reason why he did not use his trump card at the beginning was probably because he wanted to preserve his strength and use his thunder to refine his body. Thinking of this, he felt bitter and even regretted challenging Lin Xian. You won. What Lei Zhen admitted defeat. The disciples of the Thunder Sect were all stunned, especially Shangguan Hao. His eyes were filled with horror. Ever since he started cultivating, he had made his senior brother Lei Zhen his lifelong goal. Now his idol had been defeated, and the one who defeated his senior brother was a newcomer like him. Thinking of how he had provoked Lin Xian in the past, Shangguan Hao felt a lingering fear. If Lin Xian had used all his strength at that time, he would definitely have been killed in one strike. Is the world going to change? Finally, one of the 5 talents has fallen. The crowd went crazy. One had to know that the 4 talents and the 5 talents were recognized as the strongest in everyone's hearts. They originally thought that no one could shake their position in this year's competition, and that the only change was the internal ranking. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to defeat Lei Zhen and successfully enter the 5 talents. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Xian had changed. Their eyes were filled with respect. If Lin Xian was said to be a talented newcomer with limitless prospects in the past than he had proven himself. But now he used his strength to prove that not only was he talented, but his battle prowess was also powerful. There was no need for him to wait. He could create a record now. Defeating Lei Zhen was the best proof. This guy really made it into the 5 talents. Iron Hand was extremely shocked on the spectator stand. Lin Xian had given him too many surprises. Time and time again, he was overwhelmed by them. Before this, he thought that Lin Xian could only make it into the top 100. But now Lin Xian had become one of the 5 talents. Even the 5 supremacies in the ancient city were surprised. Chapter 475. Among them, Venerable Lord Sword looked at Lin Xian with surprise and admiration in his eyes. Not bad. He actually comprehended 70% sword intent, and it's very powerful. Although he can't compare to Jianying, he shouldn't be too far behind. I'm afraid he'll be another Sword Dao Venerable in less than 100 years. Venerable Blue Lotus nodded with a smile. There were only 13 Venerables in the entire Tianan region. Among them, Venerable Lord Lung was severely injured, and her strength was greatly reduced. Normally, it would be fine, but now that the Black Dragon sect was restless and showing signs of revival, there would be a fierce battle soon. Once the Black Dragon sect counterattacked, the battle would not be over in a few years. It might last for decades, or even centuries. If that was the case, the emergence of a Venerable would change the situation greatly. Therefore, these Venerables valued every genius. I think it's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. If he's a spy from the Black Dragon sect, wouldn't that increase the enemy's strength? Venerable Scarlet Flame snorted. The other Venerables were also silent. They were not 100% sure that they could prove Lin Xian's innocence. Don't worry. We'll definitely find out his true identity before the Azure Dragon Society ends, Venerable Blue Lotus said. If Lin Xian was innocent, they would definitely use the best resources to nurture him. If Lin Xian was really a spy from the Black Dragon sect, they would definitely kill him with all their might. Lin Xian absorbed Lei Zhen's true dragon qi, and the true dragon qi in his body reached more than 60 feet. At that moment, the great dragon sword intent in his body seemed to be summoned. Lin Xian was shocked. He did feel a calling from afar. Great dragon sword. He was overjoyed. It seemed that his true dragon qi could already form a connection with the great dragon sword. Not enough. Lin Xian clenched his fist. He still needed to continue absorbing the true dragon qi. If he could become one of the 4 prodigies, he might be able to sense it clearly. However, he did not act rashly. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to become a prodigy. He had to wait until he broke through to the mid-stage of the spirit transformation stage. With a satisfied smile, Lin Xian stepped down from the stage. Then Yu Yan appeared. Previously, in the first stage, he had fought with the Prince of Heavenly Flame and was sent flying with a single move. Therefore, he didn't plan to challenge the 4 heavenly talents anymore. Instead, he set his eyes on Han Fei. If he could defeat Han Fei, he would become the first of the 5 heroes. At the same time, he was also the strongest person below the 4 great geniuses. This kind of honor was also extremely great. Thinking of this, he challenged Han Fei. As his voice fell, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Han Fei and Yu Yan were ranked next to each other, and their strength was about the same. This battle must be very exciting. Looks like Yu Yan has already given up on challenging the geniuses. So what? It's not just him. I'm afraid that even the 5 heroes don't have the strength to fight against the geniuses. The crowd was not surprised. Although the 5 geniuses were strong, there was still a big gap between them and the 4 geniuses. Han Fei was not surprised by Yu Yan's challenge. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a saber light and flashed onto the ring. In the distance, a silver moon rose behind Yu Yan. It carried a terrifying aura as it floated in the void. Wherever the moonlight passed, the air was distorted, as if some inexplicable change had taken place. It's an illusion. This is illusory moon ascension. Everyone exclaimed. This was a large-scale illusion. Wherever the moonlight shrouded, it would be an illusion. Void slash. On the other side, Han Fei unsheathed his saber, and a resplendent saber light streaked across the sky. Wherever the saber light passed, the silver moonlight was torn apart, flying to the sides like a veil. What a terrifying saber intent! It can even tear apart an illusion. Lin Xian was surprised. He could feel that Han Fei's saber intent was not weaker than his sword intent. The saber streaked across the sky and quickly slashed towards Yu Yan. Soon, the silver moonlight around Yu Yan was completely torn apart. Humph! He snorted coldly, and the illusory moon intent rose. Han Fei had rich combat strength and would not fight with Yu Yan at all. The other party was an illusion martial artist, so he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, he would fall for it if he was not careful. Therefore, Han Fei did not hold back from the beginning. Streaks of resplendent saber light shattered the void and quickly slashed towards Yu Yan. Crack! Crack! The saber fell, and the hard ground split open, forming terrifying cracks. The cold saber intent was even more shocking, lingering in the void for a long time. Yu Yan's expression was cold. He quickly rushed towards Han Fei with the bright moon illusion. At the same time, he quickly waved his palms and struck out the falling moon palm. The sky was filled with palm shadows that carried ripples, scattering in all directions. These palm shadows looked beautiful, but they were filled with endless killing intent. Each of them carried a terrifying soul attack. If an ordinary mid-stage, spirit, transformation realm martial artist encountered them, their soul would probably be severely injured on the spot. Void splitting cross slash. Han Fei held the saber with both hands and quickly slashed out. Buzz! In the sky, a huge cross-shaped saber aura shone and rushed forward. This was one of Han Fei's ultimate skills. Previously, he had relied on this saber to defeat Bingling. The saber aura was dazzling like a cross of death, enveloping Yu Yan. Yu Yan's expression was solemn. He had to be careful when facing this powerful attack. The silver moon behind him rotated, and the moonlight in the sky rotated rapidly, forming a vortex that stirred up the spiritual energy in the surroundings. Suddenly, a slender hand reached out from the vortex and slapped towards the void. As soon as the slender hand appeared, the entire space immediately sank, and a huge pressure enveloped the surroundings. Everyone's faces turned pale as if they were enveloped by 100,000 mountains. So terrifying, what move is this? Moon God descends. I didn't expect Yu Yan to even use this move. Someone exclaimed, rumor has it that when the Mirage Moon Sex cultivation technique is cultivated to the extreme, one can summon the Moon God descends. I thought it was just a legend. I didn't expect it to be true. Moon God descends. Lin Xian frowned. Was there really a god in this world? His eyes flickered as he looked at the arena. He waved his slender hand and collided with the huge cross-shaped saber aura. Boom! A dazzling light erupted in the sky, forming a huge white energy ball that spread out in all directions. The terrifying attack was like the end of the world, making one's heart tremble. The white light retreated, and the two figures fought again. Divine saber of destruction. Han Fei's saber intent was astonishing, and he slashed out a terrifying saber light again. This saber almost covered more than half of the sky. The vast saber light surged in the air like a blood-colored river. Illusion path, crescent, moon break. Yu Yan rose into the air and also launched his strongest attack. He fused with the silver moon behind him, releasing a hazy light. A palm, like a divine palm from outer space, pressed down. Air waves rolled, saber aura crisscrossed, and the arena was drowned again. Crack! Boom! Countless black gravel flew out, piercing the void and flying in all directions. Some martial artists were caught off guard and were sent flying by these stones while vomiting blood. Damn it, it's too terrifying. Even the gravel can hurt people. Everyone quickly retreated, feeling a lingering fear. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he stared at the arena. He knew that the result was about to come out.